Hi, everybody. Hey, piano. What? Piano what? Hey, Finnish. Hey, Bun Bun. Yeah, it's been almost 4 months. What the heck? That's a long time. Bun Bun, it's been over 3 months. Lies. Slander. Not true. I refuse. I refuse. There's no way. There's no way. Hey, Starlet. Oh, did it? 4 months is almost as much as 1,000,000,000 years. Giga, what's your followage? Now I need to know. How long have you been following? I don't remember how long it's been since that drunk stream, but your followage is to the day of that drunk stream. That was almost 4 months ago. No shot. It was that long ago? You know what? I'm okay with that. Almost 1,000,000,000 years. I can't. Oh, Giga. You have to send a picture. I need to play more Splatoon. Why is this so loud? Why is this so loud? You doing your dailies, Giga? I swear I'm not stalking you. It just pops up in my screen. I promise. Well, because you were playing earlier. I don't know. I'm not stalking you. Okay, I'm not stalking you. It just pops up on the bottom of my screen. I promise. I feel like meeting somebody and hanging out with them, you don't realize how time flies by. Absolutely. I also forget how long I've been doing this. Hey, Jay. Now I need to get the abilities on your new shirt. I need to play more Splatoon. Okay, so yes, thank you for asking. So front row is a way, so you see right here, all these little people, that could be you. So it's for bit donations, and you guys have, like, whoever has, there you go, thank you, Jay. Hold on, there we go. I don't know where okay, so if you do your bits through front row, you get on the leaderboard right here. And now Jay is in first place with 100 bits. So you guys, no matter how much you donate, how much you give, you'll be on the leaderboard. There's 7 people who can be on the board, and it resets once a month. So it's just a way, like, I thought I had it set to cute little animals, but I don't, so you're just people. I know, but I don't want to make it too big. Is that better? How's that? You are first. Is that better? I don't want to make it too big. You guys came to see my face. But as of right now, JB is in first place with 100 bits. Chainsaw 3 survivors. You got this. You got 7 in one match. You got this. You're fine. Ear infection. I'm sorry, Finnish. I've had double ear infections for like 6 months now. They just don't go away. Like, they get better, but they don't go away. It's pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a very lucky bug. I get to deal with this all the time. Let's see. I want to do something really quick. Where can I see my... Oh, here we go. Hang on. Hang on. I want it to be animals. Can it be... Oh, I do have to pick. Let's do butterfly. Butterfly. No, my mouse died. Chat, please. Chat. Not like this. Not like this. Okay. Hopefully that did it. Hang on. Oh, I did it! Okay. Look, now you're butterflies. Yeah. I have a prescription for my ears as well, and it helps, but it's like never... It never goes away. Like, they just only use wireless mouse for a TV computer. It'll never go away. It's just, like, forever there. I thought you guys would be able to pick your animals. Such is not the case. You're just all butterflies. This is not what I want. This is what I want. Okay. I had to get my stream deck set up. It was not set up. Sometimes I'm just ill-prepared. Okay, guy. Okay, but you got this. That's easy. 3 chainsaws. You got that in one match earlier. Like, the other day. So you're fine. I'm glad it's doing better, though. Hey, Butch! How are you? I love you. I have to put stream quality low. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Look. That's just how it be, my guy. Just a reminder that I'm... You have to stop saying that. You're not low XP. If anything, I'm low XP. Killing a streamer gives you, like, 1 XP. We're not threatening. How's Granddad? How's he doing? Oh, is it? Sick. We're gonna check it out. Okay, so we're gonna be playing Fortnite for the first half of stream. And then... What do I drop? We'll talk about that in a minute. And then for the end, we'll be playing Dead by Daylight. So... Me specifically, or streamers in general? I would drop great. I would drop muffles. Hi, Dawn! Hi, baby! How are you? The only issue that I now have with Front Row is that I have to make it do my regular bit alert because I think they're cute. You specifically, or other streamers if you think of any. Me specifically, antidepressants, mothballs, dog treats, because those are always in my pockets, batteries, because I have batteries on me for my mouse, and what's one more thing? Pills here. Probably my black lipstick. I would drop a tube of black lipstick. 5 months? No shot. No shot. Updated my driver again. Oh my god. I found that. Isn't it so good? Isn't it so good? Me? Am I? Oh, I think Starlet's having a stroke. Starlet, it's okay. No? Not a stroke, or you're not okay? Or you're not dying? There were a couple of questions. Keep the black lipstick? Look, Jay, if you kill me, the black lipstick has to be passed on. It has to be passed on to whoever murdered me. So if you kill me, you have to wear the black lipstick. That's all I can say. If you are the one who slays me as a streamer and I drop the black lipstick, you have to wear it. Wait a second. I had multiple Splatoon 2 outfits. I was storing them in the amiibos. Memory returns. No, he's so good. Oh my, I think I would drop an Old Life magazine, my trench coat, and Granddad. Okay, but the trench coat and Granddad. I love that. I feel like I dropped too many things. Taking up 35%. No shot. Oh my god. That's a lot of your CPU that your Twitch is taking up. How do you check that? How do you check that? I don't know. I dropped my phone. Is that all you would drop? So you're telling me that if we, in a video game, killed you, you drop your phone? Feed Granddad. Everybody in chat, yell at Butch to feed Granddad. Everybody, don't yell. But tell Butch to feed Granddad. Tell him. You know what? I actually want this up here. I think it looks better up top. That's better. That's much better. There we go. I can even make it bigger now that it's up here. How's that? Is that better? Is that a little bit better? Feed Granddad. He didn't eat for 2 days. Is this better, chat? Does it look better up there? I'll have to change it everywhere else. But that's for another time. But yeah, front row. So it's just a way for you to get your name on my screen with a cute little butterfly. I wish I could make the butterfly a different color. But yellow is the only option. So yellow is what you get. Okay? It's all you're getting is yellow. I wish my Dead by Daylight one worked. Visible. Yeah, I wish it worked. I don't think it does. What do you mean, why not green? Why would it be green? Wait, why would it be green? Oh, for like a lunar moth? Is that why? Is that what you're saying? What is everybody up to right now? Because green better color? I mean, I guess. I don't really like... Okay, green's an okay color. It's not my favorite. Color shape of the mod should be based on people's registered pronouns. That would be so good. Laundry and Fortnite. Respect. Respect. How's your laundry going, Giga? And finish, I did see say yes, I did see that you said you got 40 crowns. That's amazing. I'm proud of you. I think I'm still at like 20. 20 or 21. Oh my god. Haven't sorted it yet, neither have I. Mine is just chilling. She's chilling. And I'll get to her eventually. At some point, I will get to her. Right now is not that time. Right now is not the time. Purple nails. Okay. I need to do my nails. They're just boring. They're boring and long. I need to trim them. They need a twim. I need to do something. How are you weird? Purple. People have purple nails all the time. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. I need to get a voice mod. I need to get one. I feel like that'd be so fun. I feel like that would be very fun. And you know what, chat? Today we're not gonna have a crisis where I can't move my OBS. I dapped up my friend. Oh. I'm sorry his nails hurt. Hey, Fluffy with 100 biddies. Thank you, thank you. You're now in first place. Jay has been replaced. Fluffy now wears the crown. Welcome in, So Fluffy. How are you? Welcome to the front row. I hope you can see yourself. You have a crown. I can make it a little bit bigger if we need to. But Fluffy now wears the crown, and Jay has been pushed to second place. Sorry, Jay. It's nothing personal. You're just in second place now. Oh my gosh.
Subscriber hype.
Hey, thank you for the gifted subby to Mrs. Smack Goblin. 200 biddies. Oh my god. Alright. Sorry, I thought something broke. Hold on. Wait, y'all are... I can't do everything at once. Dawn... How do you spell? Dawn's Satanic Bubblegum. Did I do that right? Sick. And then... Big... I almost put the wrong word. There we go. I struggled. No! Gosh. Dang it. Wait. Okay. I got it. I don't know, Dawn. Maybe because it's been a while? How long has it been? Because sometimes if it's been too long and you don't have any saved VODs, then it won't work. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's showing your Apex, guys. Check out Butch. He's the best. I love him. That's him playing Apex. You can't see him. At least I don't think you can. There's no camera. There's no camera. You cannot see him, but he's stunning. I'm telling you, stunning. All right, gorgeous. I wish there was a way. I'll have to look into it. That front row counts bits. Well, actually, no. I know why it doesn't count bits you guys give me directly. Because they take some of them. It was like last year, that's why. If it's been too long and there's no saved VODs, then it has nothing to pull through. The only study Palestine. Thank you for the 101 biddies. Oh, bro. Why you gotta bully that Wraith? Why you gotta do him like that? Why you gotta do him like that? Go check out Finnish. He's a regular on my channel, and he last played Dead by Daylight. A man after my own heart. No, that's on Xbox. Okay, he was trying to bonk me. I was playing with my mod earlier. Y'all, oh, my nose is itchy. I was playing with my mod earlier, and we had a baby hillbilly, and I felt so bad. We bullied him. Okay, so you guys know Backwater Swamp, the weird, like, tall building that's got, like, 2 levels, but it's like a house. It's like a raised house. It's like a raised house. It's got 2 pallets, one underneath and one up top. I looped him through that, like, 3 times before he finally started breaking those pallets. I felt so bad. And then we pallet stunned him, and he just gave up. If he would, like, vault into a building, he would also give up. I felt really bad. But he killed me, so justice. He murdered me straight up. It's a bully or be bullied world out there. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. But I died. I was murdered. Fluffy. Thank you for the biddies. Thank you for the 100 biddies. How do you spell so fluffy? Guys, I'm gonna kill a man. Dang it. Anyway, go check out. Oh, here it is. Wait, there it is. Go check out So Fluffy. He is a correct Fortnite player. He makes me look like a child. He is so good and he is so funny, guys. Seriously, go check him out. He's amazing. Fluffy really wants to hold on to that crown. Fluffy said, "This is my crown. This is my spot. Don't touch it." But seriously, go check him out. Look at that. A victory royale. You love to see it. You dancing? Oh no, not the floss. Oh, you ain't gotta do him like that, King. You ain't gotta do him like that. Anyway, thank you for the biddies. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's okay, Findish. You're in there in my heart. Always gotta flex the flaws. You never mess with somebody named Fluffy. If I ever see Fluffy in any of my games, I'm gonna disconnect. I will DC if I see Fluffy in my game, because Fluffy will not show me mercy. Fluffy will murder me. Flat out. Fluffy will hunt me down and just kill me. Like that one right there? Did. Oh, thank God. What servers are you playing on? My eyeliner's a little whack today. They are not even like sisters. What is that? Is that Oceania East? Did I get it right? Did I guess it right? I hope so. Or just Oceania. Australian, but because Jay plays on the Oceania servers. After 5 years of Fortnite, I still haven't switched to Builder Pro. I was told to have Builder Pro on. Tell Francis I said hey, and that I love her with my whole heart and soul. She's perfect. Anyway, when I first started, Jay and Rhoda were like, sis, turn on your Builder Pro. What is the difference? I don't know what the difference is. Voltsy! Hi, my love. How are you? Those are the cutest emotes. Stop. They're so cute. I love the tea bag. Makes building... Wait. You need it? But what if... Builder Pro ain't that hard, but it does take time to get used to it. But I don't have anything to compare it to. When I first started, they were just like, yeah, Builder Pro, you need it. Check my phone. I don't think so. I had to turn on Builder Pro. I had to turn it on. I did check my phone. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. What if you don't like... I don't build. What is KVM? What is that? I don't... Why? Why are you asking? Oh, keyboard and mouse? Oh, I'm gonna try that today, actually. There's Kenner at 6. It just started in Kenner. In Fortnite? What do you mean, how does one not... KBM. 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 In, like, Fortnite or just in general? In, like... Ryan, Kenner at 6 o'clock. It just started at 6. I play on controller. I started on controller, but today I'm gonna try keyboard. It's gonna go horribly. It's gonna go so bad. Isn't that hard? It is when you're dumb. Why are you asking? I asked you a question. Now you have the answer because I answered your question. I play controller for every season. Yeah, I know you were telling us about that. Because you had to switch... Or, no, you switched, but then you said it was hurting your wrist. Getting used to KBM is like trying to open a jar of pickles for me. Wait, here we go. I will never play KBM on Fortnite. I do in certain games. It's hard at first. Once you get used to it, then it's way better than controller. Okay, I will agree that once you get used to it, it's much better. But I don't want to take the time to get used to it. The only games I play KBM on are League and Valorant, and that is it. I tried to do Dead by Daylight on KBM. It was not it. I was so bad. I forgot how to run. I forgot how to crouch. It was not good. So I think I'll stick to my controller when I get food. It's in Kenner. It's in Kenner. I don't know the Kenner parade route, so don't ask me. I don't know the parade route for Kenner, so you're on your own for that one, Chief. You're on your own for that one. You're gonna have to look up the route if you want. I don't know. All I know is it's in Kenner and not here. Anyway, I keep hearing KBM and thinking it's in Kate's. Sounds like you should just hardboil some eggs. Oh, Giga. Trying to navigate through parades is the worst. I hate it. So I just stay home. I'll starve. I play both inputs on DBD. Just depends what my mood is. My mood is always never KBM. I'd kill for deviled eggs. I don't like the texture of deviled eggs. I don't like the texture of egg whites. The only time I eat eggs is if... What do you mean I'm sorry? I love DBD on keyboard. It must be nice to be talented. Because I am not. Oh, yeah, I can look around much better, but that's about it. That's unacceptable. I have texture issues. Don't come for me. Rude. Man, I don't come for you for your taste. I got texture issues. I got issues. Period. Period, I got issues. The only thing about DVD on KBM is I blind... Oh, you bind, rotate left, right. Look, I get it. KBM supremacy. I'm just dumb. That's all I can say. I am just stupid. I don't like the feel of Fortnite. I'm gonna try it today, and I have a feeling it's gonna go horribly. So I will have my controller ready on standby. I will have the controller ready on... Excuse me, that was disgusting! On standby. I'm checking something. It looks so cute! Why can't I download it, though? Why can't you just... Ugh, whatever. Imagine not knowing how to drive stick shift. We're done. It's over. Goodbye. End of stream. Have a good one. It's good, good 15 or so minutes, 20 minutes. Look, I tried. Sorry, it was 27 minutes. I can't drive stick, okay? Don't come for me. I also don't know how to parallel park. I also don't know how to back in. I cannot do any of those things. I can parallel park if the two barriers are not cars. But if there's cars, I can't do it. I will drive around looking for anywhere else to park that is not a parallel parking spot. The only time I parallel park is at my local Target. It's got one parallel spot. They didn't teach us how! For my driver's ed, they did not teach us how to parallel park. Or how to back in. So, I cannot do it. I was never taught. And yes, I do have a backup camera. That means nothing. That means absolutely nothing to me at all. So, yeah. For backing in, getting a newer car seems great for that. Those backup cameras are... That's because you always drive. I make you drive in the city so I don't have to do it. Look, you ain't gotta come for me like that. Come on. You ain't gotta do me like... It looked like I had tiny lips. That doesn't make it better. Be like, oh yeah, she's bad. That doesn't make it better. Be like, not your fault. Rude. Okay. Sorry, I had to squint. I can't even see my eyes when I do that. But entirely... Stop! Just because I have a backup camera doesn't mean I know how to use it correctly. Look, when you're going backward, your left and rights are different. I will hack into the government if it means I get top parallel. Yeah, they didn't teach me how to parallel park or how to back up. Like, how to back in. I mean, they like, oh yeah, when you're going backwards, your left and rights are switched. That's all they taught us. And I was like, how is that gonna help me? 30 minutes? Wow. You don't need to stop letting me ramble. Why? When you drive automatic, you at least never use your left foot. Look, I'm not that stupid. I don't drive with both feet. Come on. I got some brains. I don't drive with 2 feet. Come on. I would hope you've got more faith in me than that. I don't drive. I know you're not supposed to drive with 2 feet. You're supposed to drive with 1 foot. People who drive with 2 feet is terrifying. It means you never need to learn manual. You don't have a bad habit. What? Who drives with 2 feet? Who out there is driving with 2 feet? Other than manual drivers, because I guess you need it. I don't know. Okay, what person driving an automatic is using 2 feet? Because I need to have a talk with you. Those pedals are so close together. Wait a minute, are you telling me your Honda, Butch, is your sister okay? Left foot needs to be on the clutch. Well, that's different. You need that. But in an automatic, the pedals are so close together. Oh, that's exciting! I need to help my friend mod theirs so that we can get better songs on Beat Saber. That's what we need to do. No, this is the sister that crashed in the cruise divider. Oh no! Maybe we take the keys for a little while. Yup, and you should never be pushing gas and brake at the same. So what the heck? Hi, zombie. I like possums. They're very cute. But apparently Australia has cuter possums, and I don't think that's fair. I think ours are cute, but Australia has really cute possums. Where's Fluffy? Fluffy, send over your possums. They're cute. I don't want to do sick donuts. I would crash the car and die. I would perish. Death would be upon me. I would most certainly die. I want a cute possum. We're gonna make my friends from Australia send them over. We're gonna make... I prefer healthy donuts. Like what? Like carrot cake? You could probably make carrot cake batter. And put it in a donut mold. Oh, the devil. Why? They're so cute. Jay. Jay said, absolutely not. That is my crown. Jay said, give that back. Jay, do you guys have cute possums in New Zealand? Or is it just Australia? Myers got milkies. Please, no. Hey, Piney! Thank you for the raid! Thank you so much. Welcome in, Raiders! My name is Moth, and I'm a DVD variety streamer. I have decided to say DVD first. We play Roblox? Sick! That's awesome! Welcome in Randonist and Predator Supreme. Welcome in! Two of the Halloween, and that's what I noticed. That Mikey's got Milkies. We don't call him Daddy for nothing. They might be lurking. And that's okay. It's kind of scary to see a new streamer for the first time. I promise you I'm not intimidating. I'm actually really dumb. Are just dirt sock puppets. I disrespect the possum again. Excuse me. My bad. Butch, stop. Butch came for your throats and is now in first place. Congratulations to Big Butch for now being in first place. Bis for anti-possum slander. Jay, yes, you're in second place. No, possums are cute. Just saying. Possums are very cute. Possums are the cutest thing. They're precious. Guys, go check out the Gaming Pineape. They last played Roblox. They're a relatively, say cheese! They're a relatively regular, new member of the community, and they are amazing. They play Dead by Daylight with me all the time, and I love them. They kill, possums kill your cuties. I didn't know that. They give it a stretch. Their body temperature is also too low. Yes! Oh, Ash. Gosh. I don't know where they are. Hang on. No, they are rats and ugly and aggressive. Wrong. Wrong. You're wrong. I don't know what to tell you. You're wrong. Possums are the cutest thing ever, and I love them. Okay, Ash. Hang on. I gotta go find them. Watch out. Watch out. Hang on. I gotta go get my glasses. I gotta go get my glasses. Rude. You gotta do me like that. It's not true. They're cute. You're wrong. Who killed your love? You play DVD? Later. So we're starting the stream. We're starting the stream with Fortnite because it's Saturday and Saturdays are for the boys. So for the first like 2 hours, we'll do Fortnite. And then for the end, we'll do Dead by Daylight. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Y'all can't look at my butt. You can't look at it. I'm turning my chair so you can't look at it. I'm wearing shorts. It's not weird. It's not weird because I'm wearing pants. It's not weird because I'm wearing pants. I'm back. They are beautiful babies. You're wrong. Yes, you can join, Ash. I'll only look at Daddy Myers and Pyramid Head's butt. Okay. You have to look respectfully, though. No disrespect. We cannot look disrespectfully at Daddy. We cannot. Only respect for Daddy. I'll play with my friend when we play Fortnite. Sick. Sick. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you, thank you. And thank you again for the raid. Okay. Somebody redeemed Give Me Sight. Like a butt. I'll look a bit disrespect on Myers. Thank you for the lurk, Jay. Yes, finish. You can also hop in. Sriracha, you're gonna get rolled over. I'm gonna roll her over. Okay. How long is it for? 10 minutes? I gotta find it. Hang on, hang on. Ash, I haven't seen you in forever, and this is what you do to me? 10 minutes. Alright, alright. Not sure if it's safe. Someone gonna steal my second place. You wearing my shirt? No, I would never. Just mute quickly because my mic muting thing is being weird. That's okay. I mute you guys as well, so it's not that big a deal. Thank you for the posture check. I'll get that in just a second. Let me get my 10-minute timer going. Let me get my timer going for 10 minutes. Thank you for the pronoun check. My pronouns are she, they. Hang on. Goodness gracious, give me a break. Say cheese. Y'all are gonna break my alerts, just saying. I'm gonna break them. And if you would like to leave your pronouns in my chat, go ahead and follow that link right there and they'll show up, over here next to your name and your message. Everyone can see your pronouns so they can also use the right ones. You guys done breaking my stream? Are you done? Ad time! Okay guys, I'm about to run a 60-second ad. Don't panic, you'll be back in 60 seconds. Okay, but subscribers are still here. It's just the followers that have to sit through that ad. So subscribers, welcome, gang gang. Panicking. I gotta get that bank, baby. Gotta get that bank. You already know. You already know. Boy. How do you spell Fortnite? Fortnite. This is how... You follow that link right there. I want a blueberry. Don't do this. A blueberry. I don't like blueberries. Who asked? Ash, click on that link right there, and it'll take you to a page where you put your pronouns in. Y'all got 19 seconds. It's okay. You'll be back super soon. It's okay. Deep breath. Deep breath. Yay! Okay, give me a sec. Speaking of... Yes, do your taxes. My God. Bye, chat. You're gone. Do your taxes. Okay, Ash, say something. I need to make sure it worked. I need to make sure it worked. Welcome back from the ads. Yes, do your taxes. I had to refresh so that the pronouns would show up. Broski. What? It didn't work. Crimes. Criminal. Okay, I don't know what happened. I don't know why it's not working. Welcome back. Do your taxes. Do your taxes. Hello, Giga. Hi, back. I'm Moth. I did it. Sorry for yelling. I just wanted to say it. Because Giga makes that joke all the time. All the time. I would, but I'm gonna fight you. On God, I'm gonna fight you. You and me, we're gonna square up. We're gonna square... Back from my wrath of channel points. 40 mins, poggers. It's been 40 minutes. Y'all, stop. Ash, I don't know why it's fighting you so hard on this. I wish I knew. It'll be there for next stream, though, I promise. Because I already refreshed my OBS. Just as long as you remember to pay taxes on the XP you gain. Absolutely not. I refuse to pay taxes on the XP. It's all mine. Nobody gets any. If it's only 15 XP, I'm keeping all of it. I think I'd drop as many as I have followers. I really need to stop spending money on Fortnite. I haven't spent a cent on Fortnite. Not a single cent. Money go boom. Money go boom. What on earth? What on earth? What? What? There we go. And there we go. Well, there it is. Look. We can't keep doing this, Giga. One day I'm gonna explode. Excuse me? Since when? He never plays. Okay, so Fendish said they wanted to play, and Ash is getting on. So, oh my God. So should I'm gonna... Okay, I want to be mute. Bye, Fendish! Muted. Where's Ash? That's okay, they can't hear me anyway. Ash! Okay, I have one open spot if anybody wants to join. What does that sound? Mute me? You are muted. You are. Oh, no, Ash. I didn't mute Ash. Hold on. Mute. Okay, sorry. I was like, what is that? Sorry, Ash. I didn't think about it. Teddy bear. Yeah, teddy bear. Yeah, teddy bear. Yes! Oh my God. I love it. That's so good. I hate that laugh so much. Oh, I love this. I love that. We're gonna get rickrolled forever. Thor wannabe. Oh, it is a Thor wannabe. Absolutely. That's almost definitely stolen, dude. Are you kidding me? I don't want anybody to talk about how far behind I am on my quests, okay? I've been going to bed too early and I haven't been able to play with Jay and Hoppin, so I'm really behind. Okay, we're gonna Get ready. Goodbye. Never gonna you seem to be. I'm gonna look. Stop. I'm almost done with the foundation. I don't even know where I'm at. Oh, hold on. Hold the phone. There we go. Much better. I had the wrong skin on, chat. My bad, my bad. Sorry. Might be. I don't know where I'm at on that one. Excuse me, I was thirsty. Oh, I never got to show you guys since I took him off. My little Among Us, my little boy. My little pink Among Us man. He used to be on my mic, but now he can't be. I'm not sus. He's not sus. He's a crewmate. He would never hurt anybody. He's not sus. Whoa. 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 Are we good? Nope. Alright, where are we dropping? What's an imposter would say? Are you saying that I'm an imposter? Let's go. I know stream is laggy. I don't know what's happening. Let's go here. I don't know what's happening. My game! It's crashing! Oh my god. What the heck? My game is freaking out. Heck. Sorry, my game decided it did not want to play today. Is it better? I hope so. I hope so. Mic is laggy for me? My mic? What you mean? What you mean mic is laggy? What is this? No, I don't want it. Oh god. I may have to restart my game. Don't know what's happening. My game is not happy. My game, she's not happy. Who else is having issues? Who else is having issues? The Colombo is here. Protect the ruler. It's certainly not me. It's certainly not me. Yoink. Oh, there's not one in the pool this time. Yoink. Yeah, I think when it only lags when you talk. What? See, y'all always say it's my graphics, but, newsflash, I haven't changed anything. Nothing has changed since the last time I streamed Fortnite. Not a single thing has changed. So, I don't know what you're on about. Nothing has changed. It never changes. What on earth is this thing? I hate that. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Not even your clothes have changed. I don't think I'll turn them down. I think they're fine. If you take my trees, that's my tree. Get away from me. That's my tree. That's my tree. Shush. No more glasses. No more sight. You'll try to carry? I believe in you. Oh, why would you do that? You're on your own. You are on your own. He is angry. He is angry. I'd laugh if you got jump scared by that alarm. My PC won't blow up. It's just the stream having issues. My PC itself is fine. I'm just gonna leave that. I'm just not gonna worry about it. I'm sure it's fine. It'll work itself out. I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure everything is just fine. How do you calm him down? Can you, like, give it... Oh, he's chill now. He's chill. He's fine. He's fine. He's hanging out. He's vibing. He's vibing. We're vibing. Everything is fine. Klombo! Look at how cute he is. I love him. I'm gonna climb on your tail. Well, not if I get harassed. Get me away from my teammates. They're harassing me. My teammates harass me, guys. I need to get away. I need an escape from reality. And by reality, I mean my teammates. I need a better gun. Well... I need a better gun. Okay, I forgot how to open stuff. It's been a minute. What did you ping? I don't want that. Absolutely not. I refuse. I'm gonna get rid of mine as soon as I can, because I hate it. Does this take me anywhere? Nope. I'm just here. Goodbye. I might join the next round to make sure. Okay, we've got an open spot. I'm gonna walk. I do this every time. I just walk. Honking will let the enemy know we're nearby. I walk everywhere. Drink. I can't catch a break, y'all. I don't know where we're going. Have I shot what underneath me? Oh, the bow? I have not shot the bow underneath me. What, like this? Oh. That's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. That's actually kind of cool. But, I don't care. I don't like the gun. I love driving. I've noticed you drive in all of our games. Mine. Mine. No! No! That's my gun. What is that? I don't want that. I have one. Oh my god. I already have one. What the heck? I already have one. Stop throwing bombs at me. Hunting frogs with a 12 gauge. Why would you do that? Why would you hunt a frog with a 12 gauge? I'm running at the tornado. This is what I want in my life, is a tornado. Take me with you! Yes. I like these. They're fun. Where's the ring? Oh, we're like in the middle. Maybe we should all just restart after this game. Is everybody else having issues? Wait, where is Ash committing these crimes? Ash! Wait! Ash! What the heck? Ash is out here committing crimes against humanity. Ash! What the heck? I know Ash just killed 3 people. I know Ash killed 3 people. Oh, we gotta get to the next circle. Come on. Oh my god, there's people down there. That's why they're not here. Where's my sniper? Whoops. That's no good. The card game. What is happening? I wonder if this is my bounty. That'd be really unfortunate, huh? Hold on, I'm coming! I wanted to help. I helped. Anyway. Ah, he slid away. I've done nothing. I've been completely useless. That's okay. That's why they are here to carry me. Capiche? That's why you're here. I'm just a tryhard. Oh, wait, we got people right here, right here, right here. Whoops. Oh, it's my bounty hunters! They're here. It's my bounty hunters. Well. Yeah, I did it! Okay. I got spammed. It's okay, it's okay. We'll get you. It's okay. They're here. Oh, they're there! They're there! Hello? Oh my god, they're in here with me. Ah! There's two of them! Ah! There's two of them! Ah! Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, guys. Go back to lobby. Look, I don't want to talk about it. Go back to lobby. Oh, yeah, we're gonna restart games. Okay. Restart y'all's games, and then who said they wanted to join Bun Bun? We'll get you in. We'll get you in. Look, I don't want to talk about it. That was so embarrassing. That was so embarrassing. I would rather not talk about it. How do I leave? Here we go. Close Fortnite. Confirm. Yeah, no sweat. We have to restart our games, so you got time. You got time. My nose, y'all, is so itchy. Y'all want to know what I was sent today? Chapter 2 of... Oh, what is it called? I just forgot the name. The Huggy Wuggy game. What is it called? What's the Huggy Wuggy game called? Poppy Playtime. Chapter 2 of Poppy Playtime just had a trailer release 4 days ago. I am so excited. I can't wait for Chapter 2. It's called, what is it? Fly in the Web or something? Oh, it's so exciting. I'm so excited. I can't wait. The first one was so cool. I'll probably play it again for YouTube. Probably. Probably. Something tells me that is not her name. Something tells me. Speaking of, sounded like my YouTube subscribers were such that there's finally a new Spice and Wolf anime. I don't know what that is. Okay, Ash. And Findish. Okay. So, Bun Bun gets muted. Ash gets muted. Bun Bun, did I mute you? Yeah. And then Findish will get muted when they get here. Wait a minute. No, I think I might know what Spice and Wolf is. I think I may have seen it. We're just waiting on Findish. Spice and Wolf is an anime you watch because economics and underdressed wolf girl. What the heck? What the heck? What? What? I've seen it. But maybe I haven't seen it. I think I might be thinking of a different one. I think I'm thinking... Hollow is a very wise wolf. Finish, let me know if you need another one. Another invite, I mean. Excuse me, that was gross. How could you? I'm logging in. I'm not a rich PC kid. No, I was just making sure you didn't need another invite. I just needed to be sure you didn't need another invite. Alright? You're playing on Xbox. Most people I play with are console gamers, so... If that makes you feel any better. Most people I play with. Don't forget to switch screens. Here you go. Thank you. I saved a clip of me thriving. That's nice! Sick, sick. Ready up, Ash. So we've got the Foundation, Mothman, whoever this lady is, and whoever this man is. I'm very cultured. Who is that? That's creepy. Hey, cheeseburger. Cheeseburger. I downed somebody in a blind panic. I think that... Shies. I think that counts for something. His name is Silo. Oh, Cyclo, maybe? Not Silo. Cyclo? I'm gonna go with Cyclo. That's it. It's his name. It's his new canon name. I'm a Borger. Isn't burger spelled with an E? Excuse me. I have to see myself out. Here you go. I'm drawing you a picture. He didn't want my picture. I know, I said it that way to me. Okay. Where are we going? No hot drops. I will not follow you. No, that's too close to bus line. Who said that? Yeah, we can go to Rocky. That's fine. Who's purple? Finish! Hey, Eternal! How are you? Y'all saw that I had 1 health. Y'all saw that. I hope you did. I had 1 health for no reason. Thank you. I had a single health for no reason. For no reason did I have a single health, but here we are. What you up to, Eternal? Were you on a second ago, or was I, like, tripping? I think I might have been tripping. Alright. I haven't dropped at Rocky Reels in a hot minute. You have a chameleon? I saw, he's cute. I like him a lot. Yoink. Yoink. Mine. I have to go upstairs. Yes. Get out of there. Doing decent, just been tired. I was hanging out with some family members after I just got off from work. That's good. I'm sorry. Well, not that you're tired, but it's good that you're hanging out with family. I am just here hanging out. We're playing Fortnite for a little bit, and then more Dead by Daylight. Actually, I'm gonna take that. That's kind of cool. I'm not gonna use it. That's kind of cool. This bow can have extra effects on impact. Like what? Oh, that's kind of cool. It sets things on fire. See y'all peeps, I got Drake's map. What does that even mean? I don't know what that means. Yeah, I was on Fort earlier letting my little cousin play while I watched. Had some Super Smash. Yes, I love Smash. Rude. First, I thought I was tripping, and I was like, nah, wait a gosh darn minute. Okay, y'all can have it. That. I did think I was losing my mind a little bit. I did think I was going a little crazy. Whoops. That hog just tried to attack me. I guess it's your time. I guess you have to die now. I don't know what to tell you. Death is imminent. Hello? Where? Oh, there. Oh. Is it an 8-wheeler? Oh, is that one of those, the boom ones? Those are pretty cool. Those are pretty cool. I like this room. I gotta say, this is a pretty good room. Yoink! Yoink. Didn't you have to buy that, though? Like, why are you just leaving it? You don't want it? I'll take it. I'll take it. Whoa. No! God, get out. Stop rickrolling me. Oh. It looked cooler. Gold Stinger and Ranger. Oh, I want the Stinger! I want the Stinger! I want the Stinger! How do I get down from here? I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. Ah! Aww. Pizza party? How did you see that? Wait, who's got the Stinger? Oh, wait, Findish! Where's Findish? Why are you all the way over there? Findish, please. What are you doing? How did you get all the way over there? I can only have 2 marks. What? But how did you get all the way over there? Use your legs. Funny guy. Funny guy, huh? I'm coming. Who are we missing? Ash! What the heck? Come on, Ash! I think this is where I die. Well. Ah! It does 10 damage? What? Ah! But it explodes! I didn't know it exploded. Oh my god. I didn't know it exploded. Cha. Where's the ranger? Oh, did somebody get it? If not, I will take it. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, you got the Spidey boys. I'm just looking around. Not the ranger, I meant the stinger, sorry. I have a kill. I'm a god. This is such a meme team. Never gonna run around and desert you. Welcome to the meme team. Welcome. It's chaos and it's always bad. I have to deal explosive damage. Oh, what are we shooting at? Wait! What are we shooting? Include me! Oh my god. Yes! Get good, scrub. Just kidding. I'm really not that good. I'm not good enough to call people a scrub. Where are you? Where are they hiding? Oh, right here. No? Why can't I see? There's still some. Why? Who did that? Oh. What the heck? That's so rude. That's so rude. Who's healing? Oh. You. Oh, thank you. What the heck? Alright then. It's okay, I don't need you. How dare you meme on me? How dare you meme on me like that? Who's breaking my things? But maybe really. Oh, I'm not. I'm pretty sure I sprayed him to death. No memeing! No memeing on me! No! You can't meme on me. Stop! Okay, you can do that. That's fine. Okay, wait, hold on. Stop trying to look. I'm trying to look. Can I help you? Oh my god. Oh, we gotta get to circle. Come on, homies. I think most of them have web slingers. Yump. Yump. Well. Well. Oh no, an IO guard. I got him. I wanted to go in that house! Ugh. This is why we can't have nice things, chat. This is why we can't have nice things. Yeah, nice try. I'm on fire. Oh my god, please. Please. Just gonna grab that before they burn it down. Chat, this is why we can't have nice things. I don't even know who's doing it. Stop taking my fences! They're my fences. You're killing me! Bro. You better have something to heal me with. That's all I'm saying. I need heal. Yeah, I got burnt too. If I die, it's your fault. That's all I'm saying. I was gonna go for that chest, but I'm on fire. Yeah, I'm watching you. Oh, that poor chicken. It's dead now. He's dead. What are you pinging? I don't need that. Oh, Ash, they're pinging meat for you. Oh, wait, Ash, why are you pinging it? I thought you needed it. There's a web slinger here. Somewhere. Why would you do this? Oh my god. This is why we can't have nice things. For bun? Oh, I thought you needed it. I died. I died. I don't even see where the person who got me went. Oh, I had good weapons, too. Next time, stop setting things on fire. I'm serious. Please play the game relatively seriously. Yes, we mess around, but please do not harass teammates. Okay. I need something to drink. When did you die, Bun Bun? Okay. There's 9 people left. Alright. Cut my abilities. I don't want all my... That's okay. They don't have to match. If you like the aesthetic, that's alright. Yeah, fire and wood do not mix well. Oh my god. I don't know if you... Nah, you don't make this, dude. There's still 7 people. Yeah. Ink Saver, Ink Recovery. I don't know anything about Splatoon. I just don't play enough. I'm not sure what their plan was. Yeah, guys, please do not set other people on fire. That's not funny. It's not cute. It's just not fun. Please stop. I'm serious. I know you think it's funny, but you're harassing other teammates, and that is not fun. So stop. I was on the wrong screen. I'm consistently on the wrong screen, and I wish I wasn't. There we go. I fixed it. Okay. Just gonna break this house because I can. Because I can. Splatoon is pretty good. Can't wait for Splatoon 3. I want to get... Okay. So, Eternal, have you beat Splatoon 2? Let's go... Have you beat the second one? Not neat way. A lot of people are just, like, dying. Alright. I have also beat the DLC. Okay, do you remember the level where you have to do the research on the sniper gun? Do you remember that level? It's on, like, the 3rd island. I know that's very specific. I need a gun. I know that's a very specific question. No, it's okay. I'll just hurl the bullets at them at Mach speed. They'll never see it coming. Oh my god. Yeah, I remember it. I cannot, for the life of me, beat it. And I'm convinced... I'm gonna come get that gun. I'm convinced I will never beat the game unless somebody beats that level for me. Like, I cannot do it. I cannot snipe. Like, the section where you have to, like, go... It's like the maze where you have to take out the, like, squid gunners. I cannot snipe that. I need a different gun. I just cannot. I need somebody to beat it for me. It's been like over a year now that I've had it, and I have not beaten it. Over a year I've had that game, and I can't beat it, and I don't know what to do. I am entirely unsure of how to approach this situation. Oh, crystal. Nice. Don't knock me off. Plot twist. I just mail. Do you use motion controls or just standard stick controls? I cannot do motion controls. I just do standard stick. I'm coming. I tried the motion controls makes aiming so much easier. If you're good, yeah. But I'm not good at the game, so it's hard for me to aim. I can try again with motion controls, but I don't think it's gonna go very well. How the heck? You play Fortnite on controller? Yes, the answer is yes. I do play on controller. Because I'm not good. I think motion control is easier. I will try the motion controls on that level. Where's Bun Bun? Come here, Bun Bun. How do I... Nope. Bun Bun! I turn on max sense for motion controls and it's fine. Everybody plays a little differently, and I've always played with traditional stick controls just because it's easier for me. Oh, somebody's got Gunner's Stinger, so they were in the sanctuary. Not the sanctuary, the underground bunker. Bun Bun, I dropped those for you. What the heck?
Well, the good news is you're not on the list. I will now reward your loyalty by disappearing into my lab to do more important work.
Yes, what? Wait. Yes, what? Oh, Ashley. Oh, never mind. Drake's map. What is that? What is Drake's map? I don't know what that is. And who the heck is Drake? I don't know this man. I need a I need a sniper. Oh, gold loot? Oh, okay. Trying to see if that was a sniper, because I need a sniper. I got you, I got you. Why am I being shot? That is so disrespectful. See who's disrespecting me right here. Sick. Okay, give me that. Hand it over. What else? Okay, that's it. I have a blue one now. I took it off her body. Take that, though. Alright. Oh, okay. I've never played Uncharted, so that would explain it. Oh, excuse me. That was gross. That was gross. Can you carry more than one of these? Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Finish. What the heck? I like how you turned when I said that. Bye, Findish. Pretty sure Ash was saying the next ring is very far away from where you are. Here comes the tornado. I don't think I get in this house in time. I do! And I get everything. I'm gonna grab this ammo. And be on my way. Mark is inside the next circle. Okay, yeah. Bye, tornado. Goodbye. I'm just gonna take the long way around. Gonna take the long way around. My nose is itchy. I'm always scared that one day I'm gonna like run up into a bush and there's gonna be somebody there. I remember having backbling that tells you where next circle is. I think I heard about that. I never used it or saw it, but I heard about it for sure. I heard about it for show. Nice. Finish! Season 9 Battle Pass? Of what? Chapter? Oh, yeah, then I never got to use it, but I heard about it. Oh. Quick and easy, I guess. Findish, why do you have a shark? What are we pinging? Oh, the next circle. What do you have that lets you see the next circle? I don't recall that unless you're talking about the Storm Scout sniper rifle. That's a mouthful. It's a long name. Oh, Ash has a free... I paid to see it. Oh, okay. I understand. I understand now. It makes a funny sound. I like it. I like it. I haven't been to Shifty in a while. Hello, Ash. We in here? Whoa. Whoa! Oh my god, what a shot! Holy. What a shot. Oh my god. Are you gonna hide from me? What the heck? I'm reloading. The heck? Ugh. Anyway, that was... I was useless. They might heal. Where are they? Finally started laundry. Really slow. That's okay. Take it easy. Take it slow. I leveled up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I leveled up. I leveled up. I leveled up. Heck yeah. Oh, where's Ash's card? Ash, I'm coming to get you. I lied. Findish is coming to get you. We got you. Wait. I need this. I didn't mean to take your stuff. It did not dawn on me. Oh gosh, I'm coming. I don't know why I scoped for that, but I did. Goodbye. You're dead now. I got somebody. I lied. Yeah! Sag. Okay, let's get to the next ring. You keep forgetting your playstyle for what? Now time to figure out Splatoon 2. I keep forgetting that you have a Switch. I know you told me. Ammo? I'm good on ammo. I got people to my left. Oh, the van's back online. $15 people left, and there's 4 squads. I've got a, No, I wanted to ping the... It won't let me ping it! It wouldn't let me ping it for some reason. I don't know why. Sniper ammo? Yeah, let me give me a sec. Deceased. I feel a little bit bad about that one, but that was really funny. I don't have any shields, though. Oh, wait. Eight damage shot, you know it. Why can I keep eating it? Gonna reload. Reload this. I'm just grabbing their ammo. Oh, there's only 7 people left. We win this. We win these. I say that. And there's 2 teams, so it's 4 and 3. Oh god, I take it they found them. I'm coming! I got 6 of limbs, y'all. I'm pretty cracked. Wait, I'm coming! Wait! I was looting a dead body! I'm gonna get this crystal. Wait for me! Y'all are shooting a llama? Y'all are shooting a llama? Come on now. Come on now, y'all. I thought you found the others. They're rebooting! No! You guys, they're rebooting! What the heck, you guys? We needed to be hunting them, not shooting llamas. Now they have a full team. Oh, they're right here. They're right here. They're in front of us. Y'all, we needed to be hunting them down, not, Not shooting llamas. Where are they? Reloading. Take that. No, wait. Oh my god. Here they are. Where'd they go? Oh, they're above. Ooh. How are 3 of them still alive? Literally where? Ah! Panic. Oh my god. Stop setting things on fire! Why was everything on fire? That's gonna kill us. Oh, dang it. Ah, we won anyway. Who won? Who was that?
We got a #1 victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite, we bout to get down. 10 kills on the board right now. Just wiped out Tomato Town.
My friends got down. I right here, now we're heading southbound. Now we're in the Pleasant Park Street. Look at the map, go to the mark sheet. Who was that? Llama Royale. Who was the last person? I wasn't paying attention, I was burning up. Findish. Okay, go back to lobby. Bun Bun's hopping off. What you doing, Butch? What are you up to, King? Okay. So Bun Bun is gone. And done. Okay. So we need trios. All right. All right. I don't see. Yeah, everyone else is offline. Oh, I guess I need to save that double limb. Gonna save that. Don't mind me. Okay. Sequence. Even though I let you guys see it all. Sequence. Finish whenever you're ready. We're not waiting on anybody. I hate that one. It's so obnoxious. Oh god, I was gonna emote. Not a lot. I think I'm at 21 now. I think I'm at 21, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, my back. 40. I only got the crown because I stole it from that last person we killed. Not the texture not loading on the bus. Yikes. There was one and I took it. I only saw one and I did indeed snag it. Like a greedy person. Alright, where are we headed? Yeah, it's fine. Alright. But now everybody has crowns. Oh, okay, okay. I got you, I got you. I should make it. Yeah, I'll be fine. I know they have chests. I've seen them. I've seen them. Well, yeah, I didn't just start playing yesterday. I've been playing, you know, for a time. Not a long time, but, you know, long enough. Well, I didn't want the plunger, but here it is. I have it now in this awful gun. Oh my god, and that god-awful thing. I'll use this. Oh, another one. Alright. What y'all pinging over there? Bandages? I'm not injured. I don't need them. What you pinging bandages for, bro? Okay, I'll come get that, though. I'll come get that. Get this ammo. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Yump. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. I am full. Finish. Why do you keep running so far away? You're on a mission. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness. All the way over there? Oh my gosh, there's already a reboot. Heck. Heck. The IO guards have blue stingers. Yep. Those are pretty good. Alright, so now I have a blue stinger. And people did just spawn right here. Spawn. Res. Where'd it go? Okay, well, I don't see it anymore. That's just because I'm blind. That doesn't mean they didn't do it. This. Alright, alright. A lot of people have anonymous names. What the heck is that? What's up with that? No comprende on the anonymous names. Okay, I already have a green sniper. They're bots. Get the heck out of my game. Get out of my game. Get out of my game. Get out. Shoo. So rude. Oh, another respawn. Oh, right here. Alright. Well, that was kind of rude. Dang it. Reloading. Is it just two of them? Bro, stop building. Just die like a man. Oh, I'm out of ammo. Shit. Just drink this. Kill him! All I have is a stinger. Yeah, he's dead. You got him. Oh, I'm on fire! What the heck? Just gonna take these with me for the road. I lied, I'll take 3 with me for the road. Die. Alright, so... Dang it, bro. Dang it. Well. Die. Oh, I needed ammo. What do you got? Oh, just sniper. No, I don't want that. Hello. No. No, thank you. Finish. You picking fights over here? Well, that was unfortunate. He's coming up behind me. Ash, what are you doing over there? Don't go over where. It's too late now. Well, it's too late. I got. Oh god, they see me. This is where I die. I'll wait here. Soccer skins. I don't know what killed me. I have no idea what killed me. Oh, Findish is dead. Did not realize that you were dead. Alright. Alright. Alright, and we outie. The gold stuff is mine. I don't know if you're gonna be able to get it in time. What the heck? Oh, I got the map. I wasn't over there, so I don't have anything. This takes so long. What the heck? Hurry, please. I'm gonna follow the map. It gives you like 6 gold guns. Oh dear. Okay, so there's Findish. There's Ash over there by the sweaty people. Oh gosh. There's a web slinger nearby. I hope it's not those soccer people. God, that is far away. I'm gonna guess it was the soccer people. Oh god. I think they're behind us. Something tells me that they are back there, and I'm not happy about it. I am not too happy that they're behind us, I will say. Who did we kill that had the map? Who did we murder in order to receive El Mapo? Well, It would help if I built the things. Okay. Well, I'm here. So there's supposed to be... What? Oh. Here we go. Alrighty, Ash. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. That's a lot. Alright. Have a good night, Ash. I do see the X. We'll probably switch after this game. Because we're coming up on 2 hours. So we'll switch over after this game. They're right behind. Oh god, they're right in front of me. Why can't I shoot you? My god, why couldn't I shoot her? There are 2 crowns up there. Whoa! There's still 20 people left! Who is shooting me? Ah, that would be who. Ah! Kill her dead. She's unworthy. Oh no, she's being shot at. They're trying to burn me alive! They tried to burn me alive! Oh, the tryhards. I got you. That was stupid. They tried to burn me. What the heck? A for effort, I guess. Finish. I don't know what your plan is. You're gonna run out of mats. Oh my gosh. Oh no. That's not a soccer skin. That's a pirate skin. What? What? That was a pirate skin. That wasn't a soccer skin. Okay, head back to the lobby. That was our last one. That was the last one, Fendish. You're good. We're gonna switch over. Alright. So, I'm gonna go ahead and close it and switch over. Alright, so I'm gonna go refill my drink while it opens. So y'all hang out, be good. Just do good things, think good thoughts. You know how it goes. And I will be right back. I'm back. Oh, my spine. Alright. Had to itch my arm. So, we have switched over. I would like to try and get to Iridescent today. I think that would be very poggers. What's up, Starlet? With the shape, level up evil within 4 times. That's a lot. 4 times is a lot. I guess that means just get your tiers, I guess? Is that what that means? Get to like tier 2 and stuff? I was thirsty. Okay, so let's see if anybody is on. No. So we'll do 20 Splatoon kills in rank. That's awesome. That's great. I'm proud of you. Ooh. That's loud. Okay. Let's get some perks on good old Mikey here. We'll play a Mikey game. We can do a Mikey game. That's fine. And what the heck? If anybody wants to join, just let me know and we'll switch over. Look at that. Giving me no ed on the 2nd level. Look at that. And unrelenting. Oh, it's my lucky day. 'Tis my lucky day. I don't think I've ever played ranked Splatoon because I'm bad. I just don't think I would be very good at it. So I don't bother. There we go. Let's see if I can get him to level 10. I can. Just play with your food. Level 2 unrelenting. Oh, that's pretty good. Can I get an F in the chat for Haddonfield? That map has been disabled for ages. It's been disabled longer than Nurse has been disabled, which is kind of whack. Hey, Pineape. Pineape said, I see you. I see you. Hi, Pineape. Welcome back. And F for Nurse. F for Nurse. How's Splatoon going? You said you were going to try and boot it up. How's that going? You can no longer gain tokens. Okay. What is this? Whatever. Sure. Increases movement speed while stalking. Oh, that's pretty good. And lots more empty slots on equipment than I thought. I wish I knew what that meant. I wish I knew. Okay, let's just see. Helium! But I had a couple that were really buffed. Okay, okay. Alright. Let's switch this. Mikey! What you doing, Butch? Knock 20 survivors. I can try. Best is Tombstone in the journal. Well, I don't have any good stuff. I just leveled him up. It's apparently a school uniform with headphones. It's an Octoling? Get it. Get it, man. What are you up to, Butch? Alright, y'all. This is going to be a really rough game. I'm playing some D&D. What class? Jason Voorhees! What class? And Junkie Bacon. Oh my god. That's, oh god, they got a flashlight. They got a flashlight. And if anybody wants to play, let me know, and we'll switch off of Killer after this. But nobody was online at the time, so we're going to do a Mikey game for Butch. In honor of Butch gifting me Mikey. Apparently it's a super ink conservation outfit. The more you know. I just do the outfits because they look cute. I know they do things, but I only get them because I like the way they look. You know what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm putting down? And another thing about it, it was an ink all the things outfit. I wouldn't mind joining. No sweat, Pineape. I got you, King. I got you, King. Okay. What you huffing and puffing about down there? Hmm? What you huffing and puffing about? Stinky? I got you, Pineape. Next match. I got you. I need somebody to beat the sniper level of the story, please. Somebody, please. If I mail you my Switch, will you beat the level for me? Umbrella with Sprinkler Sub and Cloud Special, so it can be inking 3 different parts of the map at the same time? Maybe. That sounds pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. That sounds pretty sick. So I don't expect to get anything this game other than knowledge on how Mikey works. So I don't think I'll get any kills. Or I'll be lucky if I get a down. Or a hit, actually. I'll be lucky. Well, no, I'll get a hit. Because I'm good at chasing. I'm going to have to get used to the stalking. So, yeah. Okay. Oh, this is a pretty good map for that. Okay. If you're not playing any special variant, get to tier 2 ASAP. Okay. I will get to tier 2 ASAP. I'll try. Okay. I'll try. Dang it. There we go. Oh, I'm almost there. Where'd she go? There I go. Where'd she go? There we go. You messed up, Jake. Yeah! Oh, wait, is this the one with the flashlight? I hope I got the one with the flashlight. I'm gonna get a hook! No, it wasn't the one with the flashlight. Where did you go? You little... He went this way. Where'd you go? What the heck? I got him! Yoink! Yoink! Oh, he wiggles. You can't stalk when they're on the hook. Okay. Okay. Well, that was good. I got 2 hooks. Hi, babe. Babe, what was that? What was that? See what her plan is. Did she run out? Or is she gonna loop shack? Oh, dang! You right, you right. I got you, I got you. Alright, kick this. I got 2 hooks though. So I'd say that's pretty good. I'll take 2 hooks. Where'd they go? What the heck? I lost him. There we go. You messed up, babe. You messed up. Didn't you learn from last time? Oh, I missed! Where are you? Where'd you go? You saw that double? Okay, so I'm gonna break it. Me, a Myers main? Never. How do you get, what's the add-on for infinite? Infinite tier 3. Okay. I'm not gonna catch her. One of the 2 iridescent add-ons? Okay. I see. I'm not stupid! Okay. A tuft of hair? Because isn't the other one's the tombstone piece. Okay, so I'm about to lose my tier 3. That's okay. I could have sworn they had more gens done. Oh, you have to have the whole tombstone? See if I can get it on her. Okay, I'm gonna kick this. Dang. Okay, I'm almost there. See if she'll feed it to me. Yep. Okay. Wait, who did I just find? What? I didn't find anybody. Hello? I didn't find anybody. Lies. Trickster outfit is so ugly. Which one? The heart one? If so, I agree. Got you. Who has the flashlight? Boy, I ain't stupid. Boy, I ain't stupid. There he is. Oh, it's Claudette. Girl. What was that? I'm gonna break this. The newest one? Yeah, the heart one. Whoops. There's no pallet there! There's no pallet! Ah! I got you. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing. Not a thing. Not a single thing. Look at this. Look at this. It's got your name on it. Ha ha ha. Oh. He's fun. I like him. He's pretty fun, I'm not gonna lie. Alright. So they have 1 gen left, but I've gotten like 3 hooks, okay? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. For a first time Mikey main, you know what I mean? I'm doing pretty good. She's gonna loop me at the tractor, so I'm gonna come kick their gen. The other thing about Mars is 3 completely different playstyles. Oh, does he? No, go ahead and get me to tier 3. Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay, so I don't think I can stalk on him anymore. I don't think I can stalk on him anymore. Let's come back to there. And kick it. I'm almost there. I can't catch that Kate, though. Alright. Isn't Scratched Mirror the one that everyone used for jump scare Myers? Isn't that the one that people use for jump scare Myers? I think it is. Oh, GG's! They did good. They did good. I got like 3 or 4 hooks. I'm okay with that. They did well. Flashlight guy had a rough time. But that's okay. He didn't get any saves, but you know. Respectable. Go ahead and leave. Get out, get out, get out. Yes, yes. Okay, so she's gonna go to the other gate. Okay. GG's. Hiya! He's got a good lunge. Hiya! Hiya! Where'd you go? Hello? Oh, did she circle back, maybe? Oh, maybe she went to get my... Oh, I don't know what she was doing. She must have just waited. Norma, as you confess. He's got a good lunge in tier 3. That's a good one. That was a good one. Oh, God. I lost a pip. They're nice to me, thank God. Also, his vaulting speed is really fast. That's what I've been told. I've been told that he's got a wicked vault speed in tier 3. I need to try it. We Jake Stan. Oh, thank you. They're cute. Okay. I've been told he's got a wicked vault speed, and I'm afraid. Okay. So. I downed 4 people. Unfortunately, they used to be Burger King mired, but they readjusted the add-ons and the meme. No! Why'd they take away Burger King mires? Pineape, are you online? I don't see you. I don't see you. Why would they get rid of something called Burger King Myers, bro? That sounds amazing. I keep forgetting to do this. So that's the gold cane. I want this cat. I hate Nia, but look at him. Look at this good boy. Who is this for? Felix? Oh. Because they adjust the add-ons, some of them could be more useful. Well, I want this so bad. Okay, you're in the game now. Okay. And I do have 2 open spots if anybody else wants to jump in. There you are. I have 2 open spots for anybody who wants to jump in. Oh my god, not the pants. Anything but the pants. They haunt me. They're very scary. I will say. Their pants, very scary. Okay. The green pants of doom. They are the green pants of doom. They're terrible. Repair. No. I just need to go faster. Okay. BK Myers came from using 2 add-ons that slow Myers down. He's slower than Survivors. I think one of those add-ons they removed the speed debuff. Oh, okay. I understand. Can you imagine the killer being slower than the Survivors? I can't. They move too quickly. Okay, I don't see anybody that I normally play with, so I'm gonna go ahead and ready. That's whack, dude. That's bizarre. That's pretty thuth. I had to take some ibuprofen or whatever, some Tylenol. I have a headache. My head do be hurting. We may cut off at like 3.5 or 4 today instead of going to 5 because I have a headache. Remember, nurse is the hardest killer to learn how to play because she's... Stop. Oh, and I lied. I'm not gold 2. I'm gold 3. Whoever I told that to, I lied. Sorry. Did not mean to lie to ya. Gold 3. But I'm almost there. I need 1 pip, so... And I got Adept Lori. She's already Adept, so that's out of the way. So all of my survivors are Adept. Every single one that I have is Adept. The only ones that aren't are the people that I don't own. So at the 8, 9, 10, 11, 13 that I don't own. Not including the Stranger Things chapter because I don't have them. Because I simply do not have them. Yes. I probably won't get to use this. You've already adopted Lori. I did it earlier today. Yeah. I did it earlier today on our second game with a nice pig. We got a nice Amanda, and I got to adopt her. I had a Fang try to sacrifice me, though. So, Fang, if you're out there, you're not cool. But yeah, she kept trying to sacrifice me to the pig, and I was like, well, pig likes me, so... There will be no sacrifice today. And we're playing Fang in Eternal's honor. I think I know why I have a headache. My mom's cooking onions, and that smell hurts my head. It hurts my brain. My brain. I don't know. I don't like the smell of onions. What are you doing? What are you doing back there? Crimes. Yeah, Fang. Just for you, King. Just for you. And I'm almost to the point where I can get Bunny Fang. Hey! Thank you for the biddies. Thank you. Thank you. I don't have Bunny Fang yet, but we are close. We are very close to getting her, and then I can wear Bunny Fang in your honor. Although I don't know what pants I would wear. I guess I could wear these. I guess I could just wear those for now. Until I can get a cuter, like the... Okay, I like it. I like the jean shorts with the leggings underneath. That's what I want to wear with Bunny Fang. Because I'm not getting the whole cosmetic. I don't like the skirt. I don't like the skirt that comes with it. I think you and I have talked about this. That the skirt that goes with the Bunny Fang is not very good. In my opinion. In my opinion. Other people might like it, and that's okay. That's fine. But I personally do not like it. Which is fine. I wish you could transfer offerings to other survivors. That's honestly the best combo. The skirt is meh. Yeah, it's just not the greatest. Not red nightlights. But the Bunny Fang top with the jean shorts and the leggings is so cute. So why wouldn't you want that? But for now, I'm just going to go with the top, and then I'll save up again to get the bottoms. Because it'll work with her regular shorts, I think. It just won't be as cute. You know what I'm saying? It won't be as cute. If we could transfer offerings to other survivors, you'd have so much BP. Okay, but what if you made it cost BP? You could, like, transfer it using BP. That way you're not, like, using... You don't have all of it. You know what I mean? Like a transfer system. Don't you... Okay, do you have Sybil Prestige? Do you Prestige at all? I think you said you were waiting to Prestige Killers first, right? I think. Yeah. I think you said you were gonna Prestige Killers first. Okay. One more chest. What are you chewing on? Watch out. Move. Oh, your stick. That's fine. She's all maxed. Nice. Say, okay, let's see. Michaela, Jane, Feng. And I don't know if Kate is 50 yet. I don't know if Kate is 50. Oh, you sweet girl. You sweet lady. Yeah. Your life is hard. In due time, you'll get the Feng combo. I'm just trying to get all the teachables. I want to start doing that for killers now to get all the perks on them. Valid. Don't you have all of the killers and all of the survivors? Or am I tripping? Heck. I was giving the puppy a cookie. I think you said you had everybody. Yeah, I spent... Twice? Why twice? What happened? I feel like we've talked about this. Oh, God. What happened? Why twice? Alright, I just need to break one more hook. You have a second Steam account? For what? For crimes? For crimes? That sounds like Daddy. It is! Yes! It's my boy! For guests? It's my boy, chat! It's Daddy! What happened? Why did he DC? Why did he DC? What happened? Chat, what happened? Oh my gosh. Fear. I don't know what happened to Red Nightlight. They had a good name. Get back in. Yep. Hi, Daddy. Yeah, there he is. There he is. Okay, I was like, what is he doing? He's looking for me. For what? Do you have a lot of the same games? Or do you have like different games on different accounts? Actually, you know what? I think you've told me that because I said, oh, you could sell your second Steam account for more because it's got the Stranger Things combo. I think we've had this conversation. I didn't realize you had other stuff on it. I don't know why I thought you just had Dead by Daylight. I'm very small-brained. Get him, alligator! Get him, alligator! Get him, alligator! Alligator's gonna get the cage. Cage time, alligator! No, hook time! Was that a good idea? No. Did I do it anyway? Yes. Hold on, alligator. I'm a-comin'. Plot twist, I run into him. Is he proxying? Alligator scream from the abyss. Is he proxying? I'm sorry, alligator. I'm sorry. Let's go. Okay, he found Ashley. That's my gen that I started. Well, that's a good way to do it. I need to move Saladri and you and the eggs, bro. Eggs have a weird texture, and also just the thought of them sometimes is just more than I can handle. So, it depends on the day. But hard-boiled eggs I can usually never eat because of the texture. It's usually more than I can handle. Oh. Okie doke. Okay, never mind. I already read that. Okay. I want to at least get 3 gens done this game. Oh dear. Well, you might get mini-moried. If that makes you feel any better, alligator. I am sorry that I was not able to get you before you reached 2nd. Mini-mori? No? Oh. There it goes. There it goes. Something tells me that he is going to find me very quickly. Excuse me, father? Father, dearest? If you could get out of my bum, I would love that. Is he above me? No! He's still chasing me! Ashley, you better be on a gen, babe! Ah! Oh my god. Oh, that was close! Ashley, you better be working on a gen. No! Oh, I did so well. Put me in the cage, man. Yeah, cage time. Yes. I'm in the cage. I like how they dangle their feet. Look at that. That's funny. Alright, Ashley. We're the only two left. You gotta help me here. If I'm gonna die, I would like to be mini-moried. Hi, Ashley. Plot twist. This is where I die. Oh. Yeah. Well, that wasn't very nice. That would have been a good shot. I'm just gonna hang out here, don't worry. I'll be here. Don't worry, I'm just gonna recover, get these points. Alright, Ashley, I'm almost recovered. Oh, is he coming back for me? Yeah, come here, pick me up, pick me up. Yeah. And into the basement I go. I'm going to basement, chat. Going to basement. Why'd you put me in the back, bro? Why you gotta be like that? I'm gonna die. He does know that he can't put it at the front of the stairs, right? Is she gonna hide in a locker? Pineape, are you watching? Is she in a locker? Oh, she was hiding in a locker! What the heck? Where you going? I hate playing with Huntress who runs Huntress Lullaby, because then you can never hear the skill checks coming. I'm gonna die, babe. You are taking entirely too long. I will die down here. Oh, dear. I'm gonna die, but I have DS. Is he gonna tunnel me? He gets Ashley. He just yoinked her. Is she going to basement? Yerp. I don't pull this off. No! Oh my god. Well, I'm gonna get the unhook. Run! Run, Ashley! Run! He better mini-mori me. Don't hook me! Don't hook me, thank god. No, you son of a gun! You're the worst! Where are we going? You better mini-mori me. You better mini-mori me. I swear if you hook me, I'm going to be so upset. I'm gonna be so upset if you hook me. Where are we going? There we go. Okay, look, as long as he moris me, I'm okay. If he was gonna hook me, I was going to be really upset, alright? I was gonna be big upset if he didn't mori me. I don't know, not good things. No, that was an Ash 4! What the heck? You're gold 3 and you're... I think he wanted to do it in front of the other player. Well, I wanted to slug away to victory. They even had a brand new part and they freaking DC'd after 1 down? What was that? Oh my gosh. Sriracha! What the heck was that? What the heck was that? Pineape, where did you go? You've been so quiet. Okay. Oh, 3 gens in a single trial? Sheesh. I don't know about this one, boys. Pineape just straight up disappeared. Pineape said, no thank you. No thanks. I'm good. Oh, did anybody want to hop in? No, I don't see anybody online. Pineape said, no thank you. I'm done. I didn't pip up, so that's kind of sad. But I didn't lose a pip either, so it's a win-win situation. The 3 giant. I've gotten several. I was trying to find basement for the entire match. Why? Or are you doing the white glyph challenge? Are you doing the white glyph challenge? What? Can I help you? Can I help you? Can I help you? That one's just a rough one to do it on. What? I don't have anything. Nothing. I got nothing. That one is tough. That one's tough. Hey, Fluffy. It was pretty good. That was my, so we had a killer game first. That went good. I didn't get any kills. But I got like 3 or 4 hooks, which was pretty good. And then that last game, everybody died. We all died. You only have to finish the regens. Yeah, I know. When I look away from my dog, her ears perk up, but when I look at her, she puts them down. She puts them down when I look at her. What's that for? What's that for? Aw. Are you a good girl? Don't turn off my PC. There you go. There you go. Dwight might be great since Prove Thyself and Bond related tweak gen finishing in your favor. Yeah. But I don't know if I want to play Dweet. I don't have a whole lot of things on Dweet. I think I'll just try it for now as Fang and go from there. I'll try it as Fang, and then we'll see. Prove Thyself, you'll finish the current gen before anybody else. What the heck? What are you doing? Cheese. Cheese. I wish I told you how many shards you got for leveling up. And then Bond helps you find the next one. Sorry I had to dip. The boy fell over and was screaming. Oh my gosh, is he okay? Is he alright? I hope he's okay. He's fine, he's just being dramatic. Okay, I will try this. I will try this. Okay, I'll try it. Sabotage. I will try it. Alright. Does he have black jeans? Yeah, I like... Well, they're not jeans, they're slacks, but I like this one. Dweet Gaming. Only Dweet Gaming. That's what can I say? Just look at him. He's stunning. Oh my god. Hex 2021. That's a good one. I like that name. And then Finnick Fox. I had to make sure that didn't sound inappropriate. You're making progress? In Elden Ring? Mwah. Kisses. I assume you mean in Elden Ring. I assume. Do you want a cookie? Oh, nope, come over here. Gentle. There you go. No more cookies, okay? That's 2. She's already had 2. Okay. You got this. Because didn't you say you got all 6 hours of progress back in an hour? You got this. Her ear pokes out of her hair. Oh my god, Fluffy. Back on top. You're crazy, man. What are you at, 400 now? You at 400 now? Oh my gosh. I think so. So we have 4, 3, and then Jay's at either 1 or 2. I can't remember. No more. No more. All gone. What? What? All gone. No more. Yeah, okay. It's a lot smaller on my screen to the left, so it's hard for me to see. All gone. Mm-hmm. You can give me kisses all you want, and you can give Paw all you want, but there's no more cookies. The cookies are all gone. Oh my god, why? When I'm trying to do something. Exactly, Giga. Ooh, what do I see? What do I see? I see a lit totem. Redoing all the bosses. What the heck? What? Can you not pick me up, bro? Of all of the killers, we had to get a stinking Bubba, dude. Broseph. You ain't gotta do me like that. Please don't camp me. It ain't like that. Who's in the basement? He's checking on his totem. I know where it is now, pal. So let's see. That looks like the Eugen. That looks like Hex 2020. And this is the Michaela. This is Fox. Stop proxying! You're not that good! Why? Do Bubbas all play into the fact that they have to be mean? Okay, he's chasing her. Now is your chance! Now is your chance! Yeah! Freedom! Let go. No! He's gonna tunnel me! Don't tunnel, don't tunnel, don't tunnel. Don't tunnel. You're better than this! He has a lit totem, chat. He's got a litty totem. But he knows I know. And he's not happy that I know. Oh my god, fine. Oh, I can't. Hold on, you're too close to it. I wasn't trying to get back on. I hate when that happens. When they stand too close to the gen. And it, like, pulls you to it. Oh my gosh. Alright, 2020. 2021, sorry. Alright. We need to get agenda. What'd you get to eat, Ryan? Or if you even went. I don't know if you went. Alright, there's a boon. So we'll repair this quickly. I know that, but if he's up my butt, I can't get it done. If I've got a Bubba up my butt, I can't get any gens done. Is the problem. So this will be 1, and then I need 2 more. Oh, but I don't have Dark Sense, so I can't see where Bubba's at. Okay. I got you. I got you, I got you. What kind of sushi did you get? Sushi. I did not just say sushi. Sushi did you get? Okay. Please, please, please. Okay, I'll die. That's fine. Yep. Oh my gosh. Ah! Oh my god. Chat. Okay, I'm leaving, I'm leaving. Oh my god. No shot that actually happened. Whew. I did it! I am very afraid. Oh lord, oh lord, oh lord. Where is he? No! Alligator! Alligator, no! Oh no, alligator! It's Devour Hope that's over there. He's checking on his Devour. Swing and a miss. I'm sorry, alligator! Alligator, I'm so sorry! Alligator! Maybe you would have done it if you were Fang. I don't know, man. Wait! What happened? I didn't make a sound! Wait! Chat, what just happened? I didn't do anything. Oh, she's getting it, she's getting it. But wait, why did it make the vault? No, but what I'm saying is, why did it make the vault sound? I mean, not the vault sound. The quick action sound. No, no, no. I understand that you may have seen me with barbecue. Why did it make a quick action sound? Oh my god. Why did it make the quick action sound? Like, it shouldn't have made the sound, right? Yep, here he comes. I'm still... We're not gonna get that Devour. He's guarding it. He's guarding it so hard. I don't know if we're gonna get it. I'm gonna die. This is where I die. What the heck? What the heck? What? What? There she goes. Yes! She got it! She got it! She got it! Yes! Yes, ma'am! Yes, ma'am! He's got Devour. He's gonna see me. Not Devour. Okay. Why? What? It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. Y'all saw that the thing wasn't showing up. Y'all saw that? I'm gonna die. Perish. Oh, I better pip up. That was a good game. That was a good game. Come on, man. Thank you for the posture check. That was good. I'm okay with that. Alligator, I'm sorry you died. I think I did well. I think I did well. What do you mean pretty good? I think I did great. Look, it takes a lot of fear for me to dodge a above a chainsaw attack like that. I think I did great, okay? I think I did. Oh my god. It was an eerie 4. I'm just gonna take a peek. Okay, he sees her and she's in a locker. Yeah, that's the only unfortunate thing. Oh my love. Oh my love. Oh, run my love. Oh, run my love. Run my love. Run my love. Keep running. Yes! You got him, dear. Get him, get him, get him. Oh, gosh. Okay, okay. Anyway, I just wanted to watch him get stunned. Yeah. I wanted to watch his day get ruined. Wow. Okay. I was playing earlier with one of my mods, and we had High Voltsy. We had an Insidious Basement Bubba. He was so aggravating. I did get the challenge. I did. Flip my hair. Oh, I'm done! Oh, I did it! Let's go. Let's go. I'm done. I'm done. I'm a god. Okay. 10 chests! No! Stakeout? No, that's tap. I can do that. I can do that. Okay. I do have 2 open spots if anybody wants to hop in. That was a lot of points. That was a lot of points. Let's see if anybody's on. No helium, but they haven't said anything. Okay, get off of David. Get off of David. How you doing, Voltsy? How you doing, my love? Bubba gets on my nerves. The Insidious camping ones. I'ma box you. I'ma box you. Oh god. Look, Pine Ape. I'm not mentally well enough to handle the green pants today. Okay? I'm not mentally well enough. So now I need to do co-op actions for 240 seconds. That's a lot. Hey Google. What's 240 divided by 60?
240 divided by 60 is 4.
That's 4 minutes. Thank you. I can't do math. Math is hard. And I am unintelligent. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I'm alright, but what's wrong with Doom? In the particular skin we were referring to, he has a bulge. And it's very noticeable from the side. Like, I don't have anything against David, but in that skin with the green pants, he's a really big bulge. It's very noticeable. Ooh, that tasted salty. Cheese. 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 Are you saying cheese? She's like, no, Mom. Although, I thought you didn't like the greenness. Oh, no, it's not the greenness. It's his giant bulge. No. The greenness is fine. No, he has a giant bulge in that skin. That is not present in most of his other skins. That's the issue. It's not present in most of his other skins. The greenness is fine. I'm not worried about the greenness. I didn't notice that. Oh, it's there. Trust me. It's there. I see it. Thank you, Giga. My Google already told me, but thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Sorry, I have a lot of notifications and I do have to get rid of them. It is mandatory. Okay. How's your laundry, Giga? There's a Steve skin where he's a big bulge. What the heck? Would have answered when I heard the question. My hands were submerged. Please stop. Not the egg water. I'm sorry, that's hilarious. I don't have Steve, and I don't play with any Steve, so I've never seen it. I have never seen it on Steve. So, that is why I've never seen Steve's. Nope, I wish to have unsaid that. And then there's Nia. She is a sight for the eyes. Boop. 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 Ay. Are you a criminal? Are you a criminal? Yes? Yes? My dog's a criminal, everybody. Call the police. 911's coming to get you. They're coming to get you. Oof. One of my buddies loves Steve, so he told me about it. And has every cosmetic for Steve. That's awesome! Okay, I love Steve too, but my bank account does not love Steve's price. But now I can't get Steve, but it did not like the price of Steve back when he was still available. I gotcha. My favorite is Scoops Ahoy. Like, that's a good one, alright? That's a good one. That's a good skin. The Nancy's, they did not do Nancy justice. I honestly think that they did Nancy so dirty. Giga, what are you doing? They did... Are you going to look? Are you going to look? No! Oh my god. Oh, I'm not ready. I'm sorry. Let me know. I have, for science. For science, I have to know. I have to know for science. Ah, we got a Mori. Excuse you. Young lady. Go on. Go. She's screaming at me. The disrespect. Oh, the disrespect. Are you back to apologize? Are you gonna apologize? No, you're gonna backtalk somewhere. I'm not giving you another cookie. No more cookies. No more. You are easily pleased, huh, dog? Anyone else have a needy German Shepherd? Because I do. Oh, we're back at Autohaven. Is that you behind me, alligator? I don't want to teabag the wrong person. Yeah. Oh, alligator, come here and teabag me. Alligator! Why don't you ever teabag me? Thank you. Oh, it's Spirit! Alligator said, I'm a chaser. What do I have to do? Co-op, right. I thought there was a gen over here. Oh, there goes George. And there goes George. Bye, George. Bye, George. Sorry for your loss. That was very quick. Ah, that's because Alligator was following. I guess the high school hunk outfit? I don't know, I've never seen that one. You guys have to get in the lobby and show me. No, Alligator! Oh, that I can look it up. I'll look it up. It's called High School Hunk. I'll look it up. For science, of course. It's purely scientifical. That's not a word. Scientific? It's for science. Okay? It's for science. There goes George. Goodbye, George. George doesn't scream. I wonder why George doesn't scream. Did he just leave you there? Wait, Alligator. Did he run past you and leave you? What is he doing? What is his plan? Wait. What the heck is happening? Oh my god, please. Okay, game over. GG's. What is happening? George. There goes George. Well. This is a very unfortunate series of events. She's gonna hit me. Well... What am I meant to do here? Yeah. Do you want me to take it? Wait, what is happening? No? Okay. What is happening? I'm still here, babe. I'm still here. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, go take a shower. Yeah, that's fine, Pineape. Thank you for the lurk, baby. Plot twist, this this is haunted grounds. Yeah! 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 What are we doing? Hex gun! Oh. Pineape, I am so sorry that you've been having such a rough time. No, okay, okay. Okay. No, 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 she doesn't want that, she doesn't want that. She does not want us to be healed all the way. She does not want us healed all the way. Okay, I understand, ma'am. I got you. You don't want us healed all the way. That's okay. I understand. I'm picking up what you're laying down, babe. Don't even worry. Don't even worry, my love. Yeah, let's go. Okay. What is happening, bro? I don't... I don't understand. Wait, what hex was that? I didn't even see. It wasn't hex gun, Giga. I hate to break it to you. Not hex gun. Oh my gosh. Alligator, I am so sorry that you died. After I've finessed her. Where are you teleporting, mamas? Oh, hi. Hello. I actually never get to get a good look at her. Yeah, let's go. We're on a mission. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. What on earth is this game? It's a good thing Eternal's on here. He would call me out on streamer privilege. Are you hitting the trash? I don't know. It doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes I like give them my item and nod and they just kill me. Sometimes I just get straight up murked, so I don't know what to tell you. She's having fun though. That's what matters, is that she has a good time. And she is straight vibing. Let's go, mamas. Let's go, mamas. Yeah. Yeah. I wish I had answers for you. I truly do. But I don't. It just happens. It just happens. And I don't... The way she vaults is terrifying. Hi. Hi, baby. Do it again, do it again. Yes! Yes! Oh my gosh, do it again. Do it again, do it again, do it again. I want to watch. I want to watch from the front. Wait, vault from that direction. Yes! Yeah! 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 Yes! nice fire. It's a good fire. No, get out of here with that. Get out. Alright. Where to, mamas? Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Come on. We're going on an adventure. We're going in the house. Oh, God. Okay, I'm a little scared. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of scared. Are we in timeout? Am I in timeout? Here, look. I'll go in timeout. I'll go in timeout. I'm in timeout. Are you listening? Wait, spin in a circle if you're listening. Spin in a circle if you're listening. Please, God, if you're listening, that'd be so funny. Yes! 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 Yeah! Chad, she's listening. She's here. She's here. Yeah! Let's go! Oh, Bill's leaving. Bill's left. He's gone. He's gone. He left. He's gone. He left the party early. I'm here, babe. I'm here, babe. What? Bill, you can't leave the party early. Bill. No? Can I have him? Look here, look, I'll give you this. Can I have Bill? Can I have Bill? Okay, thank you. Thank you. This? Can we do this? No? No, okay, okay. Okay, okay. 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 I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm coming. Oh my God. This is gold. Bill, next time you can't leave the party, okay? You gotta stay with the party. Yeah, disco! Disco, disco, disco! Yeah! Yoink! Oh! Wait, yoink! Yoink! I couldn't get in! Thank you for the follow! Yeah, disco! Yes! Oh my God. I assume you're the killer. I assume you're the killer. Where are you going? Bill. Bill is staying there. Goodbye. What the heck? Oh, I've never laughed this hard. No, I lied. I laughed this hard at the Oni game with Shark. Hi, I see you. I see you. What you doing? What you doing? This is amazing. What you doing in there? Yeah! She vaults so funny. Look at her. I've got a crow. I have a crow, mamas. I'm waiting for this Bill to just DC. Okay. Disco. Let's go. Come on, Bill. We're going on a field trip. Locker boogie. You know it. You know it. Okay. How are you, Predator Supreme? Oh god, bless this spirit. Primeape, I am so sorry you had to die, Miyamoto. I'm so sorry. Also to George, I did try to come save you. I was very unsuccessful in saving George. How do you have so much fun playing? Please tip. I don't know. Honestly, just don't let anything get to you too much. At the end of the day, it is just a game. Don't get me wrong, I do get upset. It's okay to get upset. Like, by all means, if something upsets you, that's okay. But, like... oh, by all means, it's okay to get upset. Can I have... No? Okay. Oh, she wants me to watch. Oh, okay, okay. You want me to over here? Okay, okay. She's gonna Mori him! Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh, ma'am, you killed him! Ma'am! Oh, you killed him! What's up? What do Predator, it's a game. Whoa! It's not for everybody, and it is a very frustrating game. So, it happens. I know a lot of people who have this game, but they just don't have fun. Like, they just don't have fun playing it, and that's okay. Like I said, it's not for everybody. Yeah? Okay. Okay. But honestly, you just kind of have to be able to laugh things off. Don't get me wrong, you can ask my chat. I get mad about stuff all the time. Like, I get upset about things. I'm definitely not perfect. But yeah, you just kind of have to be able to laugh about things. Alright, babe. I just die? What you mean? I mean, if she kills me, that's okay. It happens. I had a good time. I had a good laugh. I am really sorry about that Bill, though. Bill, if you're out there, I am so sorry. But if she kills me, I got a lot of points, so I'm not gonna be too upset about it. Oh my god. I mean, I'd like to win, but, you know, I had a good laugh, so... Are you gonna kill me? Are you gonna kill me? Yep. I called it. That's okay. No? This one... You have the aura perk? Oh, she killed me. She killed me. Yeah, we get friendly killers a lot. We had an Oni okay, I say friendly. He killed everybody but me. But he, like, played with us, and some killers would just, like, they just want to hang around with you. Hey, Abnormal Water. Were you the killer? Welcome in. Welcome to the stream. Oh, it's so close. Dang it. Oh my gosh. Iridescent won! Oh my god! Okay, what hex did you have me break? Ruin? Okay, so you had me break Ruin. Oh, you had Rancor! Nice, nice. I'm so sorry to that Bill. Oh my god. Oh god. But yeah, the Moyai swing, you just kind of have to laugh things off. things are gonna happen. People are gonna be mean. And at the end of the day, oh, I assume this is your friend, Pineape. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. But at the end of the day, it is just a game, and you can't. Thank you for the follow. To all my new people, my name is Moth. I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch, and yeah, I use she/they pronouns, and today we're playing Dead by Daylight. But back to what I was saying. Yes, people out there can be really scummy, and they can harass you and bully you, and that's gonna happen. It's okay to get upset, but at the end of the day, you just gotta be able to laugh it off and just hope that the next game is better. Predator's my other friend. Oh, okay. Alright. But yeah, just try your best to have fun with it. Like, I didn't win there. She killed me in the end. But I got a lot of points, and we had a good time. We laughed, or I laughed. We do have a full lobby right now, but we'll cycle you in next round if you would like. We'll absolutely cycle you in next round if you would like. We have somebody joining. But yeah, just remind me at the end of this next match, and we'll cycle you in. Does that sound good? So you're inviting Predator. But yeah, it's also just sometimes the game itself is not something that's enjoyable for others. Like Predator said, sometimes they just don't have fun with this game, and that's totally fine. Like I said, hey Dash, welcome in! How are you? Oh, yeah, we could do customs. But the only rule for customs is it's me and mods as killer only. It is too much of a hassle for me to try and juggle so many of you. I do apologize, but we do only run me and mods as killer if we do customs. Would you guys like to do customs instead? Or do you want to try and do one more regular and then we can do customs? Oh, you were the spirit! My chat said, you're dead. I was like, nah, she'll let me live. And then you killed me. But you were listening, right? Like, because I'm pretty sure you were listening. Because every time I mentioned something, also you spun when I told you to spin. I'm okay with the last one. Okay, so we'll do one last public game, and then we'll switch over. Yes, I was. And then we'll switch over to, we'll do customs after that. That way I can get all 4 of you in. Sound good? So we'll do one last public, and then we'll switch to customs. Yeah, Dash, that was really... I had a good laugh. I felt bad for the bill, though. I'm not gonna lie, I felt bad for the bill. Didn't think you were gonna Mori him. But well played. Spirits are usually games that I didn't win. I was gonna say that I never win. I didn't win, but I had a good laugh. It was very fun. I had a good time. I was putting on a show. Yeah, then you killed me. But that's okay. Again, I had a good laugh. It was very entertaining. I think Chad enjoyed it. I do think that the other teammates, if they were watching, were not too keen on me living for so long. Unfortunately, also when you were in the lockers, I was trying to play hide and seek. I saw you were being so cute. I didn't see how many seconds of chase did you get? Oh, I didn't need chase. I needed cooperative action. But I got 193. I needed cooperative action, and I got almost all of it. Almost all of my cooperative action. But Dash, I had a good time. It was a really good laugh. I definitely needed that. We had a rough Bubba game before that. He wasn't being really bad. I say rough just because I'm bad against Bubba. That's a lot for one match. I call that winning. Well, the killer was playing around with us and, like, leading us to gens and stuff, and they let me get their Hex Totem, and, thank you for the posture check. They were just really chill. They did kill me in the end, but that's okay, because I still had a good time. So, we have Alligator, and this is, Predator. Who is this? Are they in chat right now, or is this just somebody who's hanging out? Because this one is Predator. The Meg is Predator. This is Pineape. Is Dylan? Yeah, I'm sorry for killing you. That's okay. That's okay. My chat said, oh, you're dead after I finished the last gen. Is Swing? Are they in the chat? I'm sorry. I'm still learning all of your names. Y'all are still new. Is Swing in the chat? I think I saw... I apologize if you're here and I've completely forgotten. Again, y'all are new. I'm gonna learn your names. I promise. But Dash, seriously, no hard feelings. I had a great time. Who in the world is this Giga person? Oh, Moyai! That's you! I'm so sorry. B-Blade? If you guys want to add me, feel free. And, oh, Abnormal Water. If you want to add me, in my ads at the top. Oh, it's covered. I lied. I'll add you after. I'll get you my ad information after. Who knows? Who's Giga Frosty? I have no idea who that is. I have no idea who that stranger is, okay? Never heard of him. Never. In my life. Ever. Dorito. But Dash, no hard feelings. I had a really good time. I thought it was hilarious. I was just laughing. Beyblade, let it rip. I had Beyblades when I was younger. They hurt. Like the metal ones. Whew. If you get your finger in there, it hurts. Allow it. Also, Jay, I did see you. I'm pretty sure I acknowledged your comment. I'm sorry, we've got a lot of people. It's a little busy in here right now. It's a little busy. But it's okay, because I love you. I love getting to spend time with you guys and meet new people. Actually, okay, nobody unready. We're still going to stay ready, but I'm going to walk away for a second and feed my dog. But we're going to stay here. The queues are really long. All right, chat, don't look at my butt. Just kidding. It's not attractive. You don't want to look at it. You cool, man. Yeah, dinner time. Dinner time. Yeah. You need water? Yeah. I'm still here. I'm keeping an eye out in case we get into a lobby. I gotta get my dog water. I'm getting it, baby. Oh gosh. I'm coming! I'm on my way! Wait! Okay. Ow! Watch out, Sriracha. Watch out, Sriracha. Watch out, Sriracha. Sriracha, please. You're in my way! I'm here. It's okay. I made it back. See, look at that. I'm a god. I don't have an item. Wait. Wait, I don't have an item. Okay. We're good. Everything's cool. I gotta do my obligatory. Like, good luck. There you go. Okay. See? It all worked out in the end. Hello? Okay. Well, I'm having a minor crisis, but that's okay. That's fine. As long as it's only a minor crisis, then it's okay. You know what I mean? It's alright. Anyway. Let's get it. No major crisis allowed here. How are you, Jay? What are you up to today, babe? How's the renovation going? I know you've been lurking. Don't you worry. I know you here. We out here making new friends. And having a good game. With Dash. Thank you again, Dash. Hey there, I'm the killer. Would you be alright to help me out with the challenge? Yeah, of course. What challenge do you have going on, babe? Like, thank you. I touched on my lipstick because, girl, she was a hot mess. But thank you. Just woke up. You took a nap? Good for you. Take a nap, baby. What challenge are we doing today? Is your name Star Glint? And also, can I call you Star? Star work? Pretend palettes? Say less, baby. Say less. Okay. Say less. If you come find me, we can run around with each other and break pallets. I got you. Just come find me. I got you. I got you. And everybody on my team is together. So, hopefully they're listening. Oh my god. Well, follow the sound. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. There's a pallet this way. Come on, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. 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 Come on, go this way, this way, this way. Look, her. He wants to break pallets. Wait, he's got to break pallets. He's got to break pallets. Okay, let's go. Let's go this way into the shack. Let's get God pallet. Let's get God pallet. Yeah, let's go. Let's get God pallet. Let's go, let's go. Yeah. What? Oh my god. All right, pallet. Where's another one? Oh, here's one. Here's one. Here's one. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's 3. Oh, here's another one. Here's another one. Here's 4. Here's 4. Yeah. Okay, here's 4. Is there one here? Okay. There's one over here. Five. Yeah. I think she wants to be chased, my love. So that's 5. There's one on the boat. Yeah, 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 yeah. Wait, there's one down here, right? Oh, here we go, here we go. Here's 5. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. There's one up here, right? Yeah, there's one up here. Who's keeping track? I lost track. Is this 6? Yeah. Okay, is that 6? What is this? No, you're okay. He's not chasing me. He's not chasing me. It's okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Was this 7? Yeah. Yeah, 7? I think... Where are the rest? I can't see pallets. Let's see. I don't see anymore. Oh, I'm stuck. I don't see anymore. King. I can't find anymore. Is that all of them? Did we break all of the pallets? Oh no! Did we break them all? I think we got them all. I think we got them all. Star! I don't know if there are any more pallets. If you find one, we'll come get it. If you find a pallet, we'll come get it, Star, I promise. Oh wait, I need cooperative action. Somebody get on the gen. Okay, good. I need cooperative action. Is there a pallet up there, Star? I'm coming. I'm coming, Star. Oh, did we get them all? I don't know if there's any more pallets on this map. No? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm I'm sorry, Star. But look, you've got a trail of girls. Of adoring fans. Yeah! Yeah! That's done. Oh my gosh, nice killers are the best. What are we doing? What's happening? Here you go. Look, that's for you. There you go. Just for him. Oh, he didn't see it. He didn't see my gift. He'll know in spirit. What is this game? Where are we going? Oh yeah, we broke all the pallets already. We got them all. I think we got them all. Yeah, yeah. What the heck? Yoink. I need cooperative action now. I need to work together with people. I found the basement. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, okay, okay. I need to heal with somebody. There we go, there we go. Yeah, yeah, yeah! Yes! Yeah, yeah. Okay, here we go. Oh my god. Here we go. No, wait, I need the points! I need the points! Thank you. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. Oh my god, what the heck? I hope you can get the next pallets in your next game. What do you need, like 3 more? Okay. Okay. Let's go do a gen. Come on. Let's go do a gen. How do I get down? Wait. Wrong way. Wrong way. I went the wrong way. I went the wrong way. Where's the gen? Come on, let's go do it together. We could do it together. Teamwork. I gotta find one. Oh, look, we can go on the boat. We can go on the boat. No, the boat's done. The boat's done. I lied. Over here. Over here. Look, this one has plenty of room. No, I lied. It's only 2 people. But we can still do it together. Yeah. Yeah, he's helping me. Yeah. Oh my god. I can't imagine what would have happened if I had said no to helping him. He looks so serious. He doesn't, I don't think he wants to kill us. I don't think Star wants to kill us. Oh, good lord. No, I can't. Okay, okay, I'll repair. Oh my god. See, playing with me is amazing. Don't you love? What the heck? Oh. Hello. Oh, that was a good shot. I didn't realize you were all the way over there. That was a good shot. A for effort. Not A for effort. A plus is what I meant. I meant A plus. I meant A plus. He's slapping each other. Oh my god. They're slapping each other. What the heck? Oh, he's got NOED! Where is it? Star, where's your NOED? Thank you for the hydrate. Star! Star, where's your NOED? Oh, he's got Starstruck too. I'm following. I'm coming. I'm with you. Let's go.
Oh.
He fixes his hair, bro. Sick. Alright, alright, alright. I got the NOED, guys. Don't worry. I found it. It definitely was not given to me. I found it. Sick. Alright. So, what's the plan, lads? There he is. There he is. Where did my friends go? Where are all my friends? And they might be at a gate. I think they're at a gate. Oh my goodness. 2 back-to-back really funny and good games. Oh my gosh. You've already done 36,000 points, Eternal? Sheesh. What the heck? Oh. What the heck? Are we going? What are we doing? I'm trying to heal you. You want us to go? Yes? Oh my god. Star said please. Oh my god! No? Oh my god. Here comes the— oh my god! Here comes the team. This is how we all die. This is how we die. Oh my god. Oh, wait, wait! Do you want slug races? Wait, do you want slug races? Yes, wait, chat, he wants slug races. He wants slug races. Wait, come back, come back. He wants a slug race. He wants a slug race. Okay, 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 wait. You gotta go to the stars so we can do slug races. Okay, okay, okay. Everybody get in position and no cheating. We gotta do it correctly. Okay, we're ready, we're ready. Yeah, let's go! Oh my god! Goodbye, Trickster! Goodbye! Goodbye! Y'all, I'm so joked. Oh my god, that was amazing. Oh my god. I double pipped from that dude. Everybody better give that Trickster props. Everybody give Trap Nation props. There you go. I'm gonna give all y'all props. That was amazing. I didn't get my challenge done. How many did you need? We couldn't find any more pallets. I think we got all of them on the map. I think we got them all. We got all the ones we could do. Yes, we're gonna go ahead and switch. We're actually doing, 8 pallets. Okay, so you only need 2 more. That's good. That's good. You got this. You can get 2 more. Okay, so Abnormal, we're actually going to switch over to custom so that everybody can play now. But yes, Words are hard. I need to add you. Okay, so. Yes, GG's. That was amazing. Okay, so we're gonna switch over to custom. I need to add you, though. Excuse me. Abnormal Water, what is your information so I can add you? I need your name and then the little numbers if you have them. Oh my god. I haven't laughed this hard on a stream in forever. First we had Dash, and now we have Star. Just them in? Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and invite everybody else. We need Alligator. Oh, I don't have anybody else's ad information. Alligator, you're gonna have to just invite... Yeah, I am. Okay, so I invited Pineape, and then you can invite everybody else. And then, yeah. And then I will add Abnormal Water. What killer do y'all want? Okay, wait, I lied. Humble... Is Humble Child all one word? Or is it all separated? 1, 2, 3, 5, 0, 7, 5, 9, 5, 1. Billy? Oh, God. Nothing's coming up. Okay. I'll do Billy. Nothing's coming up, Abnormal Water. Oh, that's the stream code? Oh, my God. That's a long one. Nothing's coming up. You're gonna have to add me. Oh, you invited Abnormal? Okay. I'll add them from there. Okay. So you guys want Billy? Okay, I have only played him once, okay? I can't promise you anything good. I've only played Billy once. What does this do? Hilly Billy. Oh, it's silent? That's kind of cool. I like that. Sure, why not? What do I want? Joel? No, I want this. And I want... What do I want? I want Unrelenting. And I'm gonna bring Noah just because I can. Okay, so we'll play Billy. Billy Boy, and I'll bring Amori. Okay, I'm ready. So let's see. All y'all bringing flashlights? What the heck? So we have Dwight, Claudette, Meg, and Leon. Okay. I see you. Alright, guys, whenever you're ready. And just as a reminder, this is a custom match. This is completely just like kill your friends. This is strictly kill your friends. I have so many people online right now. I'm so popular. Giga, what are you playing? Oh, yeah, that's what happens when you stick your fat head in there, huh? It gets stuck. Your head's too fat. It won't fit. It won't fit, baby. Oh my god, please. If you're gonna get under there, you have to lay down. Sriracha, down. If you want to be under my desk, you have to lay down. This dog, I swear. Okay. Wait. No! Kill thy homies. I only managed to get the top on. I forgot I had this outfit. It's always kill thy homies, except these homies are gonna loop the heck out of me. And you like my jacket? Milkman Billy, yes! Milkman Billy! Okay, I'm here for the salty lips. I play Billy, my Billy looked bad. Oh no. I'm a Pyramid Head main, but I've recently been playing Amanda, and then I just got Mikey, so I will also be playing Mikey. But I think Milkman, isn't that from the new tome? Is the Milkman Billy? Thank you, Pineape. Conehead is an epic anime sword. No, not Conehead, not my Dorito. Not my sweet little Dorito. Oh, y'all are gonna wipe the floor with me, because I cannot use his chainsaw. This is a little bit of a better map, but his chainsaw is really hard So let's see. I want to try and aim it down this way to practice. Okay. So it's really hard to navigate, is what I'm hearing. Where'd you go? I lost him already. Okay, okay. I'm not gonna be able to do anything. I respect too hard. See, I don't know how to do it. Using his chainsaw is really hard. I see you. There we go. Oh, that's Predator. Come here, Predator. Oh my god. Alright. Oh, I don't have Iron Grasp, though. Well, that's unfortunate. Alright. Who's here? Who is it? Somebody's here. They went into the barn. Yeah, they went this way. There they are. It's, who is this? I don't know who that is. I have to learn y'all's names. I'm still learning. So this is... Nope, I hear a gen. I'm going for the gen. What the heck? Whoops. Okay, I'm going for the gen. Oh, I got Bloodlust. That's pretty sick. How far does this go? Hang on, hang on. I want to see how far I can go. Okay, okay. Let's see. Can I cross the map with this? Oh my... I can! I can cross the map with it! Oh my god. How are you supposed to steer, though? Like, how do you steer it? Somebody has to teach me, because I don't know. No comprende. Whoops. Anyway. That's embarrassing. Where is everybody? Ah. I found them. So you can kind of steer it. You can kind of steer it, but it's hard. But I can't figure out if you steer with the left or the right. I haven't quite figured that out yet. If you steer with left or right. Where are we going? Are you gonna loop me at Shack? Yeah, I'm not good at looping Shack. Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm surprised y'all haven't gotten more gens done. I'm really bad at this. Like, I am really bad at this. I'm not looping at Gen Shack because I know I can't do it. But I want you to drop this pallet. Drop the pallet, Leon! I can't loop Shack. I'm not good at it. I'm not good at looping Shack. Hello? What is your plan? What is the plan? Alligator, please. I can't loop Shack. I'm not good at it. I don't even know how I got that one hook on whoever I got the hook on. Peekaboo. Come drop this pallet. Yeah, there you go. Can I do it with this? Oh, I can. Okay. But I have to charge it up all the way. I think you should just be able to do it. You hooked me in very bad. Look, if I was on, like, Pyramid Head, I'd be doing much better. If I was on Pyramid Head, things would be going a lot better. Oh my god. I'm not good at... What's his face? At Billy. Oh my god, I forgot you were playing Dweet! Come here. Come here, Dweet. Come here, Dweet. Take the vault. That is not a way out. Where's Dweet? You're not Dweet! Where's Dweet? Leon! Dweet! Oh my god. Sorry, I got a thing. I got a thing for Dweets. What can I say? I know my taste in men very well. You're dying? Why are you dying? Thank you for the follow! From laughter! Look, we're here to have a good time, bro. We're not here for bad times. We're here for good times. Where's Dweet? Dweet! Come here, Dweet! Dweet! Come here! Aha, Dweet! Wait, I need to get Leon. I need to get Leon. Who's Leon? Leon, you gotta let me get you. I've gotten Dweet twice now. This is not a way out. And who else haven't I gotten? Y'all's names are different, so I'm learning. Where's Dweet? Dweet! Oh, gosh. You got me twice, you're Meg. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get Leon. There we go. There it is, my sweet boy. Oh, dang, that was close, too. I'm trying to get Leon, but Leon does not want to get got. Leon said, not today, honey. Not today. Oh, this is freaking Alligator! Alligator, come on, bro. You're better than this. You're better. If you take me to Shaq, so help me God. Don't take me to Shaq. Don't do it. Okay. No, you're gonna take me to Shaq, bro! No! No! No, 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 no. No! I refuse! No! Get over here! You a freaking boil over? I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why is this so bad? I refuse. No. No, I will get to the hook. Come on. Come on. No! Dang it. Oh, dang it. Dweet, body block for him, and I will get your toes. I will get your toes, Dweet. Your toes! They're mine! They're my toes now. Dweet! Come here. My toes! I gotcha. I need to be running Iron Grasp. This is rough. I'm not running through that pallet. Dweet's getting... Dwight Tech. Oh, okay. So I got Dweet. Where's okay. Where'd Alligator? Hi. Who is this? Who are you? Okay. Who else is here? Somebody bleeding! Somebody bleeding! That's Leon! Oh no! Whoops. My B. My bad, my bad. Got a little excited. I was gonna say, how have y'all not done any gens yet, bro? Where you at? Come here! Go. Come here. Oh, I can kill you. Hold on, I can kill you. Hold on, I can kill you. Hold on, I can kill you. Hold on. Do you want to watch? No, come back and watch. Come back. Come back and watch. Nope. Perish. Bye, Dweet. Nothing personal, kid. Oh my God. I just can't catch anybody else. Yeah. Whoops. That is so hard to steer. This time I played as Clown. Oh, that was good. How'd it go? I'm not good at looping. Y'all gotta stop looping me. I'm not good. Are you running Sprint Burst? Are you running Sprint Burst, Meg? Meg, are we running Sprint Burst? Whoops. It would help if I didn't get stuck on things. Oh my God. Look, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about the 2 whiffs. How did your clown games go? Mad diversion value. Oh, wrong one. Here you go. Found my red glyph, hooked everybody once. Jill and Claire stared me down. Oh my God. Alright. Alright, so y'all are probably at the other gate, because I was over there. Or over here, I should say. I like how they whack it. I think that is very funny. I don't think I can run over there. Nah, I can't. I can try, though. I can try. Oh, I can. How'd you get that open so fast? Holy. Yeah, where's Leon? Where's Alligator? Where is Alligator? Alligator, you gotta at least let me down you again. Yoink. Come here and let me down you. There you go. Goodbye. Hey, Jay. I thought you were still in the game. I was like, boy, what you doing here? So as you can see, not good at Billy. I can't control the chainsaw. I'm not good at the chainsaw. Sriracha, do you have to be under there? I'm trying. Stop. Go. Y'all, my dog has no brain cells. I swear. Go. Get out of here. Oh my goodness gracious, that dog. I swear. I swear. No brains. So yeah, not good at Billy. I don't know how to do the chainsaw. It takes too long to charge. And I don't like that. I don't like how long it takes to charge, so I'd rather just hunt people down and use my M1 only. Because I'm a child. Do I have his full milk? I don't have the weapon. Dairy pants. Actually had fun for once. You can be on a killer. Jay, all you gotta do is interact with them. All you have to do is interact with them. There's no skill checks. Conehead, don't insult my Dorito like that. Don't insult. Why not play? I am. I'm gonna play Pyramid Head because he's my favorite. He's my favorite. And I just bring these because I can. He's got a good Mori. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna do much better, but you know. How do I? Okay, I need. No, not this. I need. Where are my other perks? He used to be thick. Yeah, they nerfed him. Imagine nerfing this man. Oh, Unrelenting. That's what I'm missing. I'm missing Unrelenting. Because I whiff too many shots to not run Unrelenting. All I do is whiff shots, y'all. I'm telling you, that's all I do is whiff shots. I like how I said I was gonna oh yeah, I'll stop at 3.5, maybe 4 hours. Lies. He used to have a dumpy. You have a chat box at bottom? What do you mean? Here? Oh, this is because we're doing customs. That's why. Pyramid Head whiff body. We're doing customs. That's why I have a chat box. This is a custom match. Yeah, so I can talk to them. Oh my gosh, there's tears in my eyeballs. Hello? You're so cute. Okay, wait, who is who? I know this is Pineape and this is Predator. This is Water, so you're okay, yeah. So this is Predator. This is Abnormal Water. This is Pineape. Remind me again. Breaklips are Survivor. I never find them as killer. Ever. Like, what the heck? I never find them as killer. Are you two ready? I feel like a dum-dum, because they never show up. I save them for killer. They never show up. Moya, thank you. Moyai, whatever. I don't know how to say it. Them. Thank you. Oh, that's you. Thank you. Okay, so this is Pineape. This is Predator. This is Moy, yay. And this is Abnormal Water. I used to like bugles, now I don't. Predator, you ready? Are you looking through all the perks? There's a lot of perks to look through. Can I help you? Boop. Boop. My dog's a dum-dum. Can I make him turn around? Yeah. Hello. How you doing, chat? What's up? What's good? Oh, dang it. Always when I go to change skids, it's like, I don't think so. So just because I'm playing my main does not mean it's going to go any better. I just want you guys to keep that in mind. Just because I'm on my main does not mean this will be a better game. Especially if freaking Piney brings me to Killer Shack. I cannot loop Killer Shack to save my life. I don't know what it is about... Watch out. I don't know what it is about Killer Shack, but I just... Watch out. Go. I just cannot loop it. She's even better than me. It's gonna go even better. No! I seriously doubt it, because Pineape loops like a god. Making me look like a fool. But I know Pyramid Head... Hey, stop it. Stop. Sorry. I know his abilities and stuff better, so it'll go a little better. Not much, but Sriracha. You need to stop. Oh my god! I already lose! I am so much better than Pineape. I already lose because we're on this map. Stop, Sriracha, go! Oh my god. Where am I? Okay. I was like, what the heck? I already lose because it's this map. You started in Killer Shack. I did. I did start in Killer Shack. I did, in fact, start in Killer Shack. This map's just confusing. What the heck? Oh, here we are. Oh my god! Oh my god! I am so sorry. I realized that I walked past a hook. Oh, Abnormal Water. I am so sorry. Oh my god. I won't lie. That is not what I thought would happen. That is not what I expected to happen. at all. So there's Moy. I'm just gonna call you Moy. I'm gonna call you Moy. Oh my god. I'm just gonna follow you. What the heck? Okay, okay. Gotcha. Where are you going? Okay. Okay, okay. Who is this? This is... Oh, okay, this is... I'm gonna call you Moy, because I feel like I'm saying your name wrong. This is Moy. Here you go. It would be funny if I was Pig on this map. Come here, alligator. Alright. That Meg is still here. Where did alligator go? I'm gonna break this. Where's your friends? Tell me where they are. Tell me where your friends are. Rat them out. Rat out your friends. This one up there. This one. Alligator's healed. They were healing. So they got them. Alright. Let's see where they're going. Somebody went this way. Whoops. Okay, got the Meg. Are you running sprint burst? I feel like you gotta be. There we go. You're moving so fast. I feel like you have to be running sprint burst. No, this way. Here you go. This one's for you, babe. Right there. Oh, lithe. Okay. Thank you, thank you. I forget the perks sometimes. I did say this was my main killer. I did warn you. Oh gosh. I finally got you! Oh, you're running boil over. Okay, okay. Well, unfortunately, there's a hook with your name on it. Oh, okay. I think I've gotten everybody once, right? I think I have. I don't know. But, like I said, this is my main. I am much better at him. So I'm not going to tunnel you. We're going to go for Moy here. Dang, that would have been sick. Okay, okay. I like when I can get them. What the heck? Alright. There's a gen over here that I want to kick. There's a gen that I want to kick. I'm gonna kick it. Alright. Dweet! Oh, I haven't hooked you yet, have I? No, I have. You're the first person I hooked, actually. Oh, how did I whiff that, bro? Not me whiffing all my shots on this tweet. Not me whiffing all my shots on this tweet. Alright, I see you. I see you dropping the pallets to slow me down. That won't stop me, Dweet. That won't stop me. Dweet, I think you underestimate my power. Oh, I forgot there was a doorway there. Yes! Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That was amazing. Were you really that close? No shot. Alright, sorry. Yeah, you stay away from my gen. This is my gen. Get off my gen! I see you! Is there still a pallet back here? This is... Okay, so there's alligator. So let's see if I can get alligator. They're gonna jump the pallet. Okay, and they're gonna run it. They're gonna run it. Where are we running it to, King? I gotcha! Look, I'm telling you, this is my main. I'm not that good, but I'm also... I'm also Survivor main. I know all the tricks. I know all the tricks, being a Survivor main. You learn a thing or two. I'm telling you. You're gonna learn today. Who's here? You! I see you, I see you. There we go. I'm gonna come back this way. Telling you, boys. I know what I'm doing. Dang, I couldn't see her. Okay, so she's gonna loot me here. So I'm gonna go look for gens. The biggest thing that I do anyway is if I know I'm not gonna win on a loop, because I'm not good at looping, I leave. Hi, alligator. How are you doing, my love? Hello, mi amor. How are you today? You fall into my trap. Oh, it's my baby. It's Moy. So they're over here. Oh, I forgot this was open. So they're bringing me back to that loop. I'm not gonna follow, because I know I don't win that loop. So, come check the gen. Gonna kick it. So that's the thing. If I know that I will not do well in a loop, I won't go to it purely because it's a waste of my time. Does that make sense? Like, I know my strengths. You have to play to your strengths. And my strengths are not looping. I'm not good at looping. Okay. Okay. So we're not gonna do this, because remember... I will let you bleed out. I will let it happen. No, I won't. That's mean. So she's got a flashlight. Unfortunately, there's a hook right here. So she goes back to the loop. Can I help you? That would have been kind of cool. Can I help you with something? Who's left? Oh, Dweet! Where's my Dweet? Where's my Dweet? Where is he? My Dweet. Where did he go? They went downstairs. They went downstairs. There he is, my sweet boy. My sweet, sweet boy. My darling little man. Where are we going? Ah, you used the Dwight technique! Oh my god. But it didn't work. I'm always so bad at that. I forget about Lithe a lot, though. Dwight tech, baby. This is what Dwight tech gets ya. I'm worried by a very hot man. Okay. So. I thought you were gonna say sweat. Okay, so somebody's over here. Oh, it's okay. Oh man, it didn't load in time. Dang. I need to remember the timer on, or not the timer, the cooldown on that. On the fling. I got you now! Where did you go? Oh, okay. I was like, in what world? Actually, here you go. That's for you. You gonna lead me to her? Drop the pallet. There we go. Oh, here you go. We can't get greedy with pallets. There we go. So, as you can see, I'm much better with Pyramid Head than I am with Billy. GG's. I'm glad I got Pineape first. Yes, I am way more experienced as Pin Boy. Pin Boy. Pyramid Boy. I'm really bad at, what's his name? Billy. Really bad at Billy. He is not my strongest killer, I will say. Not my strong suit. By any means. And then I'm okay as Amanda, and then I'm not very good at the shape. This is who I started on. It didn't go well. How you beeline to us every time when we were healing? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I didn't realize I beelined every time. I mean, I followed y'all's scratch marks pretty well. But I wasn't running, like, barbecue or anything. I don't know, babe. I wish I had answers, but I have no idea. Add-on? No, undetectable and... No, I don't know. I didn't have anything that showed me auras. I don't know. I have no idea. Hello? Somebody's just a good tiller. Well, also just because, again, Survivor main, you kind of learn all the little healing spots and, like, where to hide. So it helps to play Survivor. Even if you're a killer main, it helps to play a little bit. So you can kind of learn where they like to hide. You know what I mean? Playing both sides helps you learn. And I am going to finish for the night because I was supposed to finish earlier because I am very tired. But that was good. I learned nothing about Hillbilly. Other than I'm really bad at him. I learned that yes, you too. I learned that I am really bad at hillbilly. And that's okay. That's okay. So yeah, I learned that hillbilly is not the killer for me. And then I learned that I'm better at Dorito than I thought. So, let's see who we're gonna raid, shall we? We're gonna raid... I know who we're gonna raid. Wait, are you still alive? Hello? It said you weren't. I know who we're gonna raid. Okay, let's get raid messages up in the chat. Let's get them in here. Okay. So... I typed that really fast. I'm kind of a god. Alright. This first one... Not Raid Shadow Legends. No. This first one is for subbed moths, and the second one is for follow moths. So if you are subscribed, go ahead and copy the first one. If you are following, copy the second. Guys, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me. I had a blast. We're ending about a half hour early. I still have a headache, so I'm gonna go just get off. Just stop talking. Talking is a lot. But thank you so much. We're gonna go raid PG Saiyan. She's a good friend of mine. She's the first streamer I ever watched. So I'm off tomorrow. I will see you guys on Monday. Have a great night. Bye.
Oh my god, he's naked. I didn't get to see. I'm sad. We can finally donate the wool. Bulletin? We got a naked sheep on our hands, suckers. Les mignons. Yo! Am I tripping? Didn't we need wool for something? Welcome in, Moth. Oh my goodness, how is your stream, my sweet angel? Hi, lovey. Welcome in, Raiders. This is my dog, Bento. Sit. Now, do I have anything to offer you? Watch this. Come here. Over here.